F12, 13, 14, 15, 16, gut.
We're starting today's session in the next 35 seconds. If you're outside, please come into the hall. If you're outside the main hall, please do come in so that we begin our session in the next 20 minutes. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Asante sana.
Check in. 1, 2, okay.
So I want to say a big hats off to Greylix. I think it's a great event, and so well done for organising this and the other convenings that you've had. It's all very well to have product innovation, but it's investment that determines whether these innovations can scale.
So this conference, as we discuss today, as we deliberate, really we have to think about what is it that needs to be done that these strategic relationships can transform into innovation that is flourishing, but that is also responsible.
Greylix and FSD Africa has united forces of insurance and technology under a powerful and resonant theme. The Pensions and Insurance Authority is proud to be part of this conference as it aligns perfectly with our strategic goal to drive sustainable and inclusive growth across the insurance industry.
As the world is experiencing advancements in technology coupled with a shift in customer expectations, the insurance sector undoubtedly needs to move along. Innovation thrives where there is unity of purpose.
We've been creating this enabling environment, bringing different industry actors together as PIA, and I think that's something that has been helping us push our industry forward.
Make sure that the solution that you're bringing in is market ready, and then comply with integrity checks. Also have clear and operational plans in place.
And with the government commitment, the regulatory commitment, and a thriving innovation ecosystem, then actually we are going to see the change that this market really desires.
All right. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, guys. Look at you looking beautiful. Welcome to day 2 of BimaLab Africa InsurTech Summit. Tell your neighbor, I haven't seen you in these clothes before. You look very different. Very nice, yeah? My name is Noah Kipkemboy, and we're glad to have all of you.
And I am Laura Walubengo, your co-host today. Welcome to day 2. If you were here with us yesterday, of course, you know all the interesting conversations we had. Coming to regulation, we looked at inclusive insurance innovation, we looked at the important topic of climate resilience, and also real-world impact of startups. I hope you got to interact with the startups that are displaying on the outside. Yes, so what's happening today?
Yeah, today we build on that momentum, so we go deeper. One of the unique things that you've done, Laura, today is that we have special people with, how do you call this wonderful?
Sash. A sash.
It's a sash.
It's a sash.
Okay? Tell your neighbor it's a sash, not that piece of cloth. So if you see somebody wearing something amazing, a sash, branded BimaLab, those are the wonderful people that are driving innovation, okay? Ask them, what do you do? How can I find you? Okay, Tell them I have money. When they ask how much, tell them I have enough money to fund you, okay? So that we support each other. But we really appreciate our innovators, people who've participated and have been part of this journey, this ecosystem, to make sure that InsurTech is growing in Africa and across the world.
And word is that there's some very interesting innovations that they have put together. And so if you haven't had time to interact, it's actually your loss, because I think we have some amazing minds on this continent, and including the ones in the sashes that we see here today. We congratulate you in advance, although we're hoping to celebrate you on stage.
Yes, definitely. So we are about to kickstart day one. After tea?
Day two.
Day two. Tell your
You
neighbors
had too much
day
fun
two.
yesterday, no?
It's so good. It's so good. I'm thinking that we're starting this over. So we're about to begin day one. Some of you are in day one still. Mentally, I'm in day one. But day two, our final day. And it's going to be an engaging one. I welcome you. Open your mind. Important. Yesterday, I was told many of us didn't visit that corner where we are having the showroom for innovations. Today, I challenge you, take time. Go there. We have amazing, amazing products that are looking to partner with you that could use your insight to become better. But for day two program, it's going to be starting very strong. What do we have, Laura?
What we have is none other than Mr. Elias Omondi, who will be giving us the opening remarks of the day. He is, as you did, in case you don't know, he's a principal innovation for resilience at FSD Africa, and also our gracious host. Karibu on stage, Mr. Omondi. Please give it up for Elias. Elias, sorry.
Good morning. Good morning, Africa. You know, Africa is always energetic, right? So I want you to hear you saying, good morning. So it's quite a great morning, really, as we kind of get to the second day of this great event. And distinguished guests, partners, innovators, regulators, and friends. Africa stands at a very defining moment because of what we always talk about, the financial inclusion journey. You know, if you look at the continent, we currently talk about 1.4 billion people. And more than 80% of these people are either uninsured or underinsured. So that basically tells us that there are quite big opportunities. And remember, these are just not numbers. It's basically a farmer who loses her harvest to floods, a small business that collapses after fire, a family that is pushed to poverty by medical emergency. So it's not all about talking about a protection gap in Africa. We are talking about a developmental gap, a resilience gap, and also what I will mean, a justice gap. But it is also an innovation opportunity, and that's why BimaLab exists. Because BimaLab is defined to refine not only by developing solutions, but really bringing a team of actors together to drive change. This is a movement that tries to reimagine the insurance in Africa, a platform that kind of brings together bold entrepreneurs in terms of how then can we enable them not only to create an enabling environment, not only whereby we bring regulation to meet innovation, but also where technology meets the human need. We've created BimaLab because we believe that the future of insurance of this continent will not be imported, but it will be built here by African innovators and by African realities. So ladies and gentlemen, across our cohorts, we have seen InsurTech startups design solutions from the border guys that you saw here yesterday, to smallholder farmers, to MSMEs, to gig workers, to informal traders, but importantly, to the climate vulnerable communities. We are not only building products, we are building human dignity. We are not only scaling businesses, but we are strengthening resilience, and that's what makes BimaLab have its different approach. We've seen demo days, we've seen pitch decks, but we also go beyond that. We combine what we call deep technical expertise, regulatory engagement, catalytic funding, and importantly, what I call ecosystem partnerships. We walk the journey with the founders, and already we've managed to work a couple of months with a number of founders, basically trying to how then can we move from concept to pilot, from pilot to scale, and importantly, from risk to resilience. Because innovation without support fails, and capital without capacity does not deliver impact. Through BimaLab, we are now proving that inclusive insurance is not charity. It is about smart economies. It is about risk management, and it's also about Africa building resources and the future that it desires. We are also proving that Africa is not only a testing ground, but it is also a proving ground. A place where global models are not only replicated, but are going to be reimagined, and a place where necessity, not only breeding the most powerful innovations, but creating realities for the future. So, ladies and gentlemen, and our partners, including not only the regulators that we've been working with, insurance companies, donors, investors, this is a vision that you have to believe in. You have to start knowing that BimaLab is here to create the change that this continent desires. And Africa, where protection is not a privilege, but it will be a right that will be delivered by BimaLab founders. A continent that technology is not only about disruption alone, but it's all about inclusion. I want to remind you that this continent loses over 3,000 people every year trying to cross over the Mediterranean to look for better pastures in Europe and other continents. Remember, Africa is well blessed by natural capital that can be able to drive not only this continent, but enable other continents across the world to derive from its rich future. BimaLab is a proof that we do not need to leave Africa to build other global solutions. The challenges are here, the talent is here, and the future to build it is here. Let us build it together. Let us accelerate not only startups, but think about resilience. How then do you enable technology to be built around trust, not only about growth, but also around impact? Because when insurance works, the society works. When protection reaches the last mile, development becomes sustainable. And that's why FSD Africa as an organization exists. This is BimaLab's vision. This is only the beginning, and this is the future of Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elias. Thank you, Elias. Before I call on the next guest on stage, I just wanted us to try a small exercise. I think I'm learning from Noah how to do some exercises here. I'm going to say 4 words, and when I say them, please repeat them after me. Say, I am a change maker. Now say it with some chest. I am a change maker. I think one of the things that you said on stage was that BimaLab is here to create the change that we need to see in this continent. And I fully agree with that statement, and that's exactly what everybody here is doing. So congratulations, even as we continue. I would like to call on stage Mr. Alexio Mayonde. He is with Manyonde. Manyonde, yes. Please put your hands together for Alexio. He's the CTO of Zepri, who are our platinum sponsors for this summit. Thank you.
Thank you. Will Africa's next unicorn come from the solutions in this room? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, distinguished guests. innovators, regulators, and partners. It is an honor to stand before you today representing ZEPRI at the BimaLab InsurTech Summit in 2025, Africa's leading platform for shaping the future of insurance. I'd like to begin by congratulating the winners and all the participants of the BimaLab InsurTech Accelerator for 2025. The solutions being showcased are truly inspiring, and they give confidence in our ambition to build the next unicorn from insurance. I would like to acknowledge FSD, BimaLab partners, and other sponsors of this event. I've got Safaricom here, so thank you very much for making this event a possibility. Your commitment to inclusive insurance is not just commendable, it is transformational. Insurance is the cornerstone of economic stability. Yet millions across Africa remain vulnerable to shocks, climate disasters, health crises, financial disruptions. Our continent's insurance penetration is 2 legs behind the global averages, leaving a protection gap that threatens livelihoods and growth. But here's the good news. Technology solutions delivered through collaboration are rewriting this narrative. Digital platforms, AI-driven underwriting, data analytics are making insurance more accessible, affordable, trusted, and relevant to everyday life. As ZEPRI, we are mandated by African governments to develop the insurance industry. We have been playing our part as a catalyst for change, championing cross-border integration, regulatory harmonization, and capacity building across Africa. Through innovative regional insurance solutions, ZEPRI is enabling innovators to scale and investors to use capital for impact-driven solutions. This leadership is critical because innovation without integration risks fragmentation. ZEPRI ensures that InsurTech solutions do not stop at national borders. They scale regionally, creating resilience for millions. Working with the BimaLab ecosystem is one of the ways that we achieve this. The classes of business that we have been doing gave us less than 1% insurance penetration so far. And they are not the ones that are going to take us beyond 1%. These were the words of Mr. Kiptum yesterday, our Commissioner for Insurance. For us to be able to go above 1%, we need to be innovative, we need to be inclusive, and we need to invest in these solutions if we are to grow resilience across our continent. There are opportunities everywhere in Africa. Climate risk solutions are available, parametric insurance, nature-based risk pools. We've got solutions that target gender inclusion, tailored to women and SMEs, unlocking economic empowerment, cross-border scaling, taking advantage of Africa's combined 1.4 billion population to grow footprint. But we acknowledge there are challenges. Insurance still has the challenge of trust. How can people be able to trust even now a digital-first insurance model? There are still funding gaps across early-stage ventures. But these are not insurmountable barriers. To innovators, I say, keep pushing the boundaries. Embed insurance in everyday ecosystems like health, agriculture, and SMEs. To regulators, we appreciate the work that you've been doing so far. Continue fostering innovation-friendly frameworks, cross-border cooperation. To the investors, we ask that you seize the opportunity to back scalable, impact-driven insurtechs that are shaping Africa's insurance. The future of insurance in Africa is not written in isolation. It will only be co-created through innovation, inclusion, and investment. As ZEPRI, we're excited by the innovations that are coming through. Together with all the partners represented today and the collective energy that we find in this room, we can build an inclusive, tech-driven insurance ecosystem that safeguards Africa's future. Let's build Africa's next unicorn from the insurance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manyonde. Thank you. Up next on stage, I would like to invite the Director of Innovation and Research at the Insurance Regulatory Authority in Kenya, Robert Kuloba. Karibu sana.
Thank you. I will follow on the protocols of our previous speakers and say good morning. As you've been told, my name is Robert Kuloba from IRA, so I'm going to speak from the lens of a regulator. But before I do that, I was looking at my brother from Zepri. I don't know how many of you noticed that. The person who was standing here and the person we could see on the photograph there, were they the same? Eh? So I think I've noticed I was not alone. So I will talk to you later. What did you do? Your head looks different from what I saw there. So our colleagues, I welcome you to day 2. Yesterday we had a very long day, and I think our previous speakers have spoken to it. And when we had the CEOs forum in the morning, unfortunately it was only for CEOs from Kenya. They had a reflection and they did discuss quite a number of things on how they're going to support the InsurTechs. And I think the people in that room, we left noting that there's room for our captains of the industry to be able to support our InsurTechs. And when you go to the speeches that were given yesterday, right from the opening session all through to the panelists that we had up to afternoon, you realize that we reflected on quite a number of issues, which I'm going to touch on a few of them in my discussion this morning. And all that put together gives our day 2 that we've actually built the momentum of what is it. I hope nobody still has some gray areas when you discuss innovation, when you discuss BimaLab. What is it that we've been focusing on for the last day, the last one from since yesterday? And our innovators that are in the room, they have been with us, I think, since around June. They have been with us for about 6 months. Whatever they have been working on, those are the fruits that we are seeing here today. So as I get into our day 2, and as I've indicated, I'll actually discuss as a regulator, a number of things are coming up. And from where we sit as a regulator, and I hope that these issues will resonate with our counterpart regulators that are in the room. There are a number of issues that our InsurTechs and the innovators just need to be alive to. And one of the things that are a headache to the regulators is the innovations that you are working on. I'm just taking an example of an innovator that is working on to disrupting our distribution ecosystem. If you look at distribution, you're basically selling or getting insured the product to our clients, and you look at what kind of information, assume you have developed a platform where you describe the product that you're offering to our consumers, and in the process, what we get back in our office is more often than not, the consumer never understands exactly what is it that you're telling him to buy, and that results to what we call mis-selling. And just my request to our innovators is that in case you are looking at the distribution option that we have, please help us address some of the challenges that we are facing that touch on mis-selling. The second thing is, as innovators, you are getting access to a lot of data. The countries that are represented in this country, I know that you have various data protection frameworks that you have put in place, and just to ensure that you don't expose yourself to non-compliance to our data protection laws that have already been put in place, so that you are able to continue doing your work and to also protect the people that have given you that data. It should not find itself in the hands of wrong people. Then there has been a long discussion on financial inclusion. And I was just following, I think 2 weeks ago, there was an international conference that brought together supervisors across the world. The meeting was organized by the International Association of Insurance Supervisors. If you look at the agenda that cut across from the day the conference was opened up to the last day, you realize that the discussions we're having in this room was basically cross-cutting, and it was critical across most of the discussion points that were there. So for us as a regulator, we find innovators as being a critical node in ensuring that we're able to enhance financial inclusion. And this, I think early this month, in Kenya, we launched the Fin Access Survey that was conducted last year. If you look at generally the figures, you realize that overall access to financial services, pensions, banking, insurance, pensions, what is the other one? All the financial services that we can talk about, I think they are similar across the countries. It has been going up. We compare the last survey we did in 2021 and the survey that we did in 2024, overall access has gone up. When you zero in for insurance, then you realize that there's a problem, because insurance is almost, the curve is almost flat. It's not growing as fast as the overall for all the financial services. And one of the teams that we are looking at to help us grow financial inclusion is actually the innovators in this room. So you were basically key in helping us grow financial inclusion. Then even as you think through the innovations, and I know you're leveraging on technology, you help us address one of the critical challenges we're also facing is digital financial literacy. I took an example. I bought my son a phone. Then recently, I think there was a recent occurrence. It was me showing him even how to access that phone. Recently, I got stuck doing something. Then he told me, you don't know how to operate the phone. So he took the phone away from me, and he assumes me I don't know. So I'm asking myself, between me and my son, it looks like in our level of literacy and on how to handle that gadget, we're at totally different levels. Then try to mirror that to our general public out there. You have developed a platform which you want to leverage on to be able to reach the masses. How many people out there will be able to very comfortably utilize that platform without us putting measures in place to enhance their literacy? From where we sit as a regulator, it's a key challenge, and we tend to invest quite a lot of resources in enhancing literacy. But we shall also be asking our innovators in this room that whatever solutions you're coming up with, please help us see how to reach and make it easier for the people that you are targeting to be able to adopt and use it. Then I'm just coming to the end shortly. The other thing is regulators in this room. We did discuss it yesterday, and I think it's a continuing problem, is the capacity of the regulators to be able to run at the same speed at which our innovators are moving. And I'm happy that Zepri Elias is here. Please allow me to call you Elias. No, don't hit me, because I've called him Elias since I knew him. Asking me to call him Elias today, it will be very difficult. So Elias has been very supportive to us here in Kenya, and I think it's a challenge all of us regulators are facing. And whereas we look inwards to utilize our own resources, to build internal capacity. Of course, we shall be looking at our partners as well to help us to build that capacity. I was just asking myself, assume an innovator has come up with a solution and he comes to our IRA offices, or the regulator, any of the regulators in this room, and the first thing an officer in our office or a regulator's office will do, he will pick the Insurance Act or the whatever law that is guiding operations of that market. You look at what are the requirements of somebody coming to apply for whatever license you want to apply for, and he will take a pen, tick. So you notice that for every box he goes to, he will put X, and they reject your application. Nobody is calling to talk to you. We are saying, if with the support that you are receiving from our partners, we should increasingly be seeing a regulator that now sees this as an opportunity, that this thing is not provided for in the law. What can we do to be able to support this innovator so that he can be able to come to the market? Because he's trying to disrupt what is happening in the market, which is to the benefit for all of us. So Elias and Alexio, please, we still look forward to getting you to support us. Then my second last point is on also a continuing challenge that we are facing, and we asked ourselves sometime in 2010, when we put out an advert calling for applications from innovators, we received, out of the 27 applications we received, I think about 20 or so were from already existing licensed entities. And now the question that you are trying to grapple with, can the discussion we are having around innovation and supporting innovation, even the BimaBox, the sandbox that we had a discussion yesterday, are we going to see a possibility of people using the sandbox as an opportunity to circumvent the law? And we just need to be alive as regulators to see that as we support these innovators to be able to do whatever they're supposed to be doing, they are also not playing games to circumvent the law, but it's in our intent, it's in our objective to be able to support you to do whatever that you are supposed to do. Then finally is, you saw some presentation that was done yesterday by the Elias, I'm not seeing that gentleman from OE. Assume the 50,000 people that he told us yesterday, assume that whatever that is doing fails. What is it going to do to our consumers? You will notice that it's going to harden the market. It was going to increase the mistrust. The regulator in that market will be seen to have been a total failure. He's not supporting the innovators, and is not supporting the market to grow. So in terms of just encouraging the regulators in the room, is that let's try to put measures in place to be so that we are able to monitor the activities of some of these startups that are coming up, to be able to, so that we protect, because I think the primary role of a regulator is to protect the consumers of insurance services, in as much as we ensure fairness in the conduct of business and ensure stability of the market. But one of the primary expectations of a regulator is to protect consumers of insurance services. So like the example we got yesterday, so that the probability of failure, we put in measures in place to ensure that we're able to minimize that probability of failure. So as we go forward with our discussions today, let's all notice that we're dealing with an ecosystem that has got many players. Each one of us has a role to play. Depending on which pie you want to pick on, you will notice that the sky is going to be the limit on how far you can test your innovation. So mine is just to encourage you to continue looking at the problems that we face. Some of us, like some of the innovators, when you come to offices, that's when you make us realize that, oh, we had a problem which we even ourselves we didn't know. And when you help us unlock our minds you notice that we collectively, we should be able then to address the challenges that we are facing as a market. From where we sit as IRA, I think the commissioner made his comments yesterday. We are very happy to our partners that have been able to support our startups to bring the innovations that we saw yesterday. And I think you saw some of them being awarded yesterday. And we pray that we continue with this partnership so that together we should be able to see the insurance industry in our respective market grow. I wish you well in our discussions today. And thank you. That will be the end of my discussion.
Let's appreciate Mr. Kuloba. Beginning my coffee tena, let us appreciate him. Wow. So it's Elias. Oh, you can respond to that too. So whichever works, okay? Whichever works. If you call him Elias, it's still fine. But Elias still works. So thank you very much. At this particular moment, I'd like you to repeat something after me. Is that okay? Is that okay? Just repeat after me, okay? Can you can a can as a kana can a can? Somebody has said no. Okay, so just it's a little bit difficult, yeah? That's technical. So repeat the same words I'm saying to you, the question that I'm asking. Can you can a can as a kana can a can? So yeah, just like kana, can you kana. In that spirit, I'd like us to appreciate our sponsors and our partners, and it's a simple exercise. All right, yesterday we clapped pretty well. So today, we're gonna just do just one clap. I mentioned a partner, a sponsor. We just give them one clap that is very official, very nice, very demure. Okay, is that fine? All right, so let us appreciate our platinum sponsor, Zepri. Let's appreciate Turaco, Safaricom, Zamara, Accenture, Old Mutual, Ken Bride, MCs, Elias. We appreciate all of you for partnering with us. It's amazing that we get to work together to make this happen. At this particular moment, I'd like us to focus on our screens from our partner, Turaco and Safaricom. Let's listen in to Fadali.
Jina ni cash. Game changer imekam Zidi Money Market Fund powered by M-Pesa. Sasa you can grow your money ndani ya M-Pesa app. It is so straightforward na kusign up ni one tap. Wale wakabambe pia nyinyi mnaweza access Zidi Money Market Fund. Dial *334#. Chagua financial services. Choose Zidi. Accept terms and conditions. Enter your M-Pesa pin, and just like that, umesha sign up. Kuinvest ni rahisi. Go to financial services, choose Zidi, select invest, enter the amount and the pin. You'll get a confirmation message showing you've invested successfully. Usingoje ikuwe trend.
Grow your money daily with Zidi Money Market Fund, powered by M-Pesa. Opt in on your M-Pesa app or dial *334# today. Terms and conditions apply.
Zidi.
Turaco started in 2019. founded with the mission of freeing people from the fear of financial shocks with a vision of insuring 1 billion people. Since our founding, we've grown our presence across 4 African markets: Kenya, Uganda, Nigeria, and Ghana, insuring over 2.5 million customers. We have been a disruptor in the market, showing that increasing insurance access through technology-enabled embedded insurance is possible. We believe this is the most effective way to get people insured. But we have a long way to go. Despite Kenya's expanding economy, the majority of Kenyans are still uninsured, leaving them vulnerable to financial shocks from health emergencies and other unexpected events, pushing them further into poverty. At Turaco, we believe that no one should have to make the impossible choice between healthcare and their livelihood. To address this gap, customers need simple and affordable products. They need easy access, and they need fast claims payout. Turaco was built to address these needs. We work to design products that target the key risks mass market customers face, keeping products affordable with policies starting at just 50 shillings per month. By making sure the T&Cs are simple enough to fit on 3 SMS messages, even first-time insurance customers can understand their policy and what is covered. We make it very easy to sign up. Integrating with our distribution partners' systems via API, customers can access insurance through a simple touch of a button. We process and facilitate the payment of claims in less than 3 days and enable customers to manage the entire claims process via WhatsApp. Leveraging our fraud scoring algorithm, the majority of claims are paid within just hours, building customer trust in insurance and the insurance industry. From our humble beginnings as an insurance agency in the market, underwriting is our next big milestone on the path to 1 billion lives insured. Today, we celebrate a monumental achievement, becoming Kenya's first InsurTech to acquire an underwriting license. Join us as the story continues.
All right, let's give it up for Turaco and Safaricom. Almost thought when they did their numbers thing that the story will continue, but the story is continuing, right? And that's the power of partnerships to make sure that such platforms do exist. And thank you very much, Turaco, for partnering with us. At this particular moment, ladies and gentlemen, a quick question. How do you make number 1 disappear? How do you make number 1 disappear? Sorry? You teach. You eat. Wow, that's a good angle from a food security point of view. How do you make number 1 disappear? Any other suggestion? Sorry? You subtract 1 from it, then it becomes 0, so it disappears. All right. That's very smart. Which country do you come from? Namibia. Wow, incredible. Let's give it up for Namibia. Wow, but that's not the right answer. How do you make number 1 disappear? You add another 1. I know you are Kenyan, so we won't clap for Kenya. So this is the answer. Tell your neighbor this is the answer. How you make number 1 disappear is you add a G before it and it's gone. Oh, you get it? If you don't get it, forget about it. All right. Are we ready for our next session? Are you ready for our next session? So right now, I'd like us to transition to matters to do with our public infrastructure. When you talk about enabling environment, it takes a holistic approach. And one of the key people within our ecosystem that have been able to make sure that we are doing better in that regard is the Konza Technopolis Development Authority. Now, to represent the CEO, John Paul Okwiri, I'd like to welcome Mr. Joseph Malingo from Konza Technopolis Development Authority to come and say a word or two in what they're doing to build our infrastructure. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you can as a can? So probably in the next summit, I'll have your job. I'll join Laura here. So good morning. I'm Joseph Malingu from Konza, and I'm here representing our CEO, Mr. John Paul Okwiri. So I'll convey his speech. So distinguished guests, partners from FSD Africa and Swiss Re Foundation, esteemed industry leaders, pioneering innovators, and fellow champions of financial resilience, good morning. It is a profound honor to join you today at the BimaLab Africa InsurTech Summit and Accelerator Demo Day, including 35 InsurTech ventures, underscoring the urgent need to expand access to financial protection and strengthen economic resilience across our continent. At the very heart of this dialogue stands Konza Technopolis Development Authority. Our mandate is clear: to be the flagship project driving Kenya's digital transformation agenda and anchoring the bottom-up economic transformation agenda better. So Konza is a dedicated platform for innovation where the financial future can be securely prototyped and scaled. We are building the critical infrastructure necessary for modern InsurTech. This includes an uptime certified Tier 3 data center for high security data management and world-class resilient fiber connectivity that ensures zero downtime, a prerequisite for real-time financial services. Crucially, Konza Technopolis is a designated special economic zone, offering powerful fiscal and regulatory incentives to attract the very innovators in this room to test, pilot, and scale their solutions. Our commitment to technology-driven inclusion is what brings Konza into close alignment with the goals of BimaLab Africa. Technology provides the essential bridge to expand access to financial protection for the millions of uninsured Africans. Konza's ecosystem supports InsurTechs utilizing AI, big data, and mobile platforms to deliver micro-insurance products that are personalized, affordable, and accessible. By leveraging secure data infrastructure, our innovators can develop data-driven solutions that strengthen market resilient and better model risk, ultimately making insurance a viable tool for prosperity for even the most vulnerable segments of our economy. Furthermore, we recognize that resilience is built on talent. The Open University of Kenya, situated within Konza, is actively shaping the specialized data scientists and tech experts required by the financial sector to design and manage these next generation products. The question before us today and the focus of our dialogue is how this digital transformation can unlock new forms of protection, productivity, and prosperity for African economies. The answer lies in targeted collaborations. Ladies and gentlemen, we invite every InsurTech venture here, especially the 35 participating in the demo day, to utilize Konza's SEZ framework, use our regulatory sandbox to rapidly test market-ready solutions with reduced friction. The Konza National Drone Corridor is a unique asset for InsurTech. We can pioneer the future of agricultural insurance by using drones to provide real-time, high-precision data for crop monitoring, claims verification, and rapid loss assessment, significantly enhancing resilience for our crucial agricultural sector. We urge the financial sector to engage with Konza's growing tech and academic communities to co-create solutions. Let us move from fragmented efforts to a unified digital ecosystem. In conclusion, the 2025 BimaLab Africa InsurTech Summit is a testament to Kenya's leadership in advancing technology-driven innovation and financial inclusion. Konza Technopolis stands ready to be your partner, your platform, and your launchpad. We are building the blueprint for a digitally enabled, resilient, and inclusive economy. Let us work together to ensure that every African, regardless of location or income, can access the financial protection they need to thrive. Asanteni sana. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Malingo, the one who's targeting my job, okay? I see you. But don't you worry, it's still fine, okay? No problem. It's always a pleasure. Now, ladies and gentlemen, with that address from Konza, it brings us to another critical session where we talk about partnerships. And at this particular moment, without wasting much time, I'd like us to just focus on the screen so that our platinum sponsor later on will be having that video up. In the meantime, look at the person sitting next to you. Look at them kindly. Just look at them. If you're not seated next to a person, what exactly is going on? Okay. Okay. Look at the seat next to you. Ask the seat, how is it so far? How's the summit so far? Yeah. Are we doing good? Are we doing well? All right. That's incredible. I see a lot of people are looking at their phones, which is also very good since we're in a techno-savvy environment, which is very, very critical. But remember, later on, we'll also get an opportunity to give our feedback later on. But for now, I'd like us to prepare. And this one is quite interesting because we are coming to a space where we have the... Thank you very much. Asante sana. I've just been given a different directive. So this particular moment, wherever you are, just stand up wherever you are. Please, please. I know. You swore today you'll stand up 2 times. This is the 3rd time. Just stand up wherever you are. Just stand up wherever you are. I want us to do one activity that... Okay? I know you've marked your territory. Human beings, you're very territorial. So for example, sir, where you are, you've marked that territory. You can see nobody's seated there. You're the alpha around there. Okay? So I want you to walk in this room. I want you to walk in this room and I'll give instructions. Is that fine? So when I give the instruction to walk, kindly walk. Find a way to walk. I know there are many ways. Even if you can come up on stage this way, just find a way to walk, okay? So walk in this room and introduce yourself to 4 people that you haven't met in this conference from yesterday. Just introduce. My name is this and I do this. Pretty simple. I know. If you are a conservative, you know, you are an introvert, it is a little bit difficult. You know, introduce yourself to somebody that you've not met in this conference. Tell them what you do. If you can take their cards, well and good. That's the way to do it. That is called networking 101. And if at all you're talking to somebody who has that, the scarf like, those are innovators. Some of you are looking at me. Stop looking at me. Go talk to somebody. And don't come talk to me. Aha. If you're done with one, walk to another one. And if you sliced somebody, I see you walking to. Do you know this gentleman?
I know.
You know, you guys know each other?
I do not want your job.
Hello, sir.
How you doing? You good?
Aha. Our regulator sat down. I think so. Yes. Okay. So I hope you've met a couple of people. I have one more challenge for you. I have one more challenge for you. Aha. Aha. I see people are exchanging numbers. That's what we are intending to do. Make sure you get some contacts. I see some of us are already seated, very tired. Aha. Kuja. Kuja. How you doing? Uko poa? Go say hi to that gentleman. Aha. I see that. Now, have you guys met?
No, we haven't met.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Asante sana. Somebody has just walked to me, akaniambia tai yangu is a little bit crooked, and that is the brotherhood that we need. Okay. Make sure you are exchanging contacts. You're not just leaving people like that. Okay. Now that's beautiful. That's beautiful. Kabisa. We love that. Now, if you can hear me clap once, if you can hear me clap twice. Okay. All right, I'm being given a business card here. Thank you very much, Fatuma from IRA Uganda. Now, can I have your attention just for a minute? Just for a minute. Can I have your attention? Can I have your attention? Asante sana. Asante sana. Naona conversations. I can see the conversations are really nice. And I encourage you not to leave the room, please. I see some of us are walking out. Okay, if you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. If you can hear me, say shh. If you can hear me, say shh. If you can hear me, say shh. Shh. Okay, say shh as you walk to your seat. Say shh as you walk to your seat. Until you sit, that's when you stop saying shh. If you can hear me, say shh. Shh. Thank you very much. Let's get back to our seats. Asante sana. That is beautiful. That is called networking. I hope you've met a friend or two, which is very, very important. I'd like us to proceed to the next part of this program. And this is quite interesting because it is on matters to do with gender. And I'd like to invite my co-host, Laura. Laura, gender is quite a sensitive topic that the world till to date, we haven't achieved gender parity in many spheres. When it comes to insurance, when it comes even to our very own legislators, getting gender parity, it is an
but he holds his own. I've seen Eric speaking in a few platforms, and he can give his side of the gender facade. So I think I can call up some of the people that we have on the panel, starting with our moderator, Madam Judith Nekesa. Judith Nekesa, there you are. So Judith is the strategic risk specialist at FSD. Please put your hands together for Judith. Next up, allow me to call founder and CEO of Malipo Circles, Eric Oyugi. Eric with a K. Eric, I thought you were going to come up on stage with the check that you received yesterday. I would have held it for you as you sat down. Please have a seat. I think you should sit in the middle. Don't sit at the edge. Yeah, there you go. Karibu sana. And then we also have from the National Insurance Commission, Ghana, Rita Apau. Natasha.
Rita.
I'm informed that Rita is not in, so we're going to have Natasha in her place. Natasha from
Zambia.
Zambia. There we go. Please put your hands together for Natasha. It's okay. And then next up, we have Sophie Odupoi. She is the Director of Public Affairs at Coco Networks. Welcome, Sophie.
And finally, at the far end, you know, everyone is looking at the picture and the actual person on stage, yeah? So, Helen Osore from APA Insurance. Let us appreciate her as she comes. It is quite interesting. We have to give a disclaimer that the photos were taken in a studio setup. Please.
Yes, so today's panel is titled Investing in Inclusion, Unlocking Gender Intelligence in Insurance Innovation. Karibu sana, Judith.
Thank you. Just confirming that you can all hear me. It's very great to be here. Thank you to the BimaLab team, my colleagues at FSD Africa, Elias, Elizabeth, and all who are here. Thank you to all who have joined us yesterday and today. So I will introduce the outcomes of my panel, what we hope to share with you today. It will be a 40-minute panel, but we will have some time for Q&A. So I will advise you to just keep your questions till the very end so that you can direct them to us. And any questions that we're not able to answer at the panel, feel free to also reach out to us when we get back to our seats or during the break. So gender is, as has been mentioned, gender is actually very core to FSD Africa, but also to the BimaLab program. We're coming off a gender dialogue series that the team held earlier in the year, which was really to showcase that intentionality and intelligence that they have built in designing the program. And there's been successes so far in actually how they've been able to have the applications from the cohorts, with over 50% of the recent cohort actually being led by women-led insurtech. So they want to do more of that. So really in our panel today, we want to discuss more around how that innovation to include more women to access insurance products, both from, a BimaLab cohort perspective, but also from the industry. We have
a representative from the regulator. We have an insurer. We'll also get to hear from, an innovator in terms of the products that they've been able to access. So in terms of our session and our panel, Africa really continues to experience the largest insurance protection gap, and I'm sure you all know about this. And in terms of innovation, while we have accelerated digital financial services across the continent and more so in other countries than others, we still feel like the innovation within insurance targeting women and some of the underserved sectors and low-income families has been lagging behind. And we'd like to see more innovation here. We'd like to see existing products innovate to be able to meet the needs of low-income families, of informal sector workers, but to have more women actually access insurance products, taking into account some of the nuances and the dynamics we have within our communities, within our societies. So in our panel today, we'll explore how gender intelligence, embedded distribution, consumer-centered product design, supportive regulation and investment with a gender lens can unlock inclusive insurance innovation. We'll highlight insights from the regulator, like I mentioned, regulator perspective, from insurers, from last mile distribution actors to bring together practical regulatory and investor perspectives. And at the very end, we also want to hear from you in terms of what you have seen from an innovative perspective on gender. What have you seen? What would you want to see, and what can be done more? So maybe let me kick off with Eric. Eric, given that you're the only male member in our panel, you have founded Malipo Circles, which is a digital platform formalizing chamas, investment groups, and community saving circles, offering automated collections, group governance, lending, and now embedded insurance partnerships. Maybe you can tell us how you've been able to have Malipo Circles, embed itself into the existing, stable banking system that you find more women, actually accessing not just the financial products, but also the assurance and the benefits. Just talk to us more about Malipo Circles. And if you didn't know, of course, if you didn't know already, Eric is the founder of Malipo Circles, but Malipo Circles is one of the graduates of the BimaLab cohort in 22-23. Yeah, so we're very happy to have you here. So Eric, over to you.
Thank you very much. So Malipo, in general, what we've tried to do is, as we built our products, one of the key things we learned is it was believed that informal groups are mainly run by women, okay? And you find that even the men within those informal groups have been brought in by either their mothers or their wives or their sisters into the ecosystem. So what we've been very intentional in building to serve the women within our ecosystems are most of the benefits administration platforms that we built goes towards the biggest reasons for why there's a lot of withdrawal of money or loan process that happen within our platform. So thinking through this, we use the data as a point of how do we then build solutions that are targeted towards women. So one of the things we did was we introduced a gender lens where we are able to ask you what is your gender when you are onboarding into any of our products within the platform. And then secondly, we were able to analyze the reasons using machine learning and AI. We're able to analyze the reasons you give for withdrawing or for buying a benefit. And then we are able to then suggest with our partners, which are basically insurance companies, on how do we build products that can be able to help in avoiding this kind of scenarios. That has been one of the key things that we've done within our platform to help address, especially around women and how they're able to get to embed insurance into our products. The other key thing is we introduced transaction routing into our platforms, where insurance is a benefit, a welfare, especially for welfare and hospicash, is a benefit that you get when you join one of the informal groups that exist within Malipo. And therefore, your savings are automatically routed to a plan without you having to make that decision because it is prescribed as a benefit within the platform itself. Therefore, our technologies, our innovations around transaction routing, natural language processing in trying to see the the reasons why you take loans, the reasons why you do massive withdrawals at once within the platform have been key insights into how we then embed insurance products and decide the right insurance products that can actually be able to serve women within our platforms.
So thank you for that. And maybe with that, just to say, you've been able to use data to inform how you sort of embed this in an existing system where you have a lot of, these groups, a lot of these chamas, and chamas is a name that's unique to Kenya, but it's not just a Kenyan, sort of approach. You have this, you have this same table banking reflected in many countries, but you've been able to find and use data to embed insurance as a benefit. I think I'd like to hear more from now, Helen, if I can come to you, in terms of you've been on the insurer side as an insurer, designing inclusive insurance products. Perhaps could you tell us your experience at APA? And whether any of that also reflects what we're hearing from Eric in terms of the innovation and the data they've been able to use. So talk to us around some of the solutions you have created at APA, because APA has been leading in this space in terms of designing products that are, catered to or targeted at women.
Mic test. Good morning. Thank you for having me. Helen Osora is my name. I work for APA. And I guess for this session, I'll be the voice of insurance. Just to pick it up from Eric, the driver is data. What are the facts on the table? A research done by IFC on women specifically, it states that the insurance opportunity globally is 1.7 million trillion dollars globally. And the other fact is over 50% of that opportunity sits in the emerging markets. Emerging markets like Kenya. Kenya specifically, we are looking at over 49 billion Kenya shillings in as far as the women opportunity is concerned. Now, that's part A. Let's localize the conversation to insurance specifically, and what are the realities in the market, just before I comment on the product design. The reality is that the insurance penetration in Kenya is below 3%. The other reality is that the Kenyan economy is a bite-sized economy, not just for insurance, but all other services. And so that begs the question on how do we navigate in as far as insurance is concerned? Matters are rising. There are three challenges that we face as insurance. And the first is trust. The market does not believe, or there's a knowledge gap, or there's a perception, but trust is a gap. Number two, reach. Number three, relevance. Having said that, then begs the question, how do we design, and more so for women, and why is it important to have gender-specific solution? And one of the things we observe is that women are slightly disadvantaged because of who they are and maybe what they have to do. For instance, at APA, we are big in agriculture, and so we also find that we do have women farmers. But let's look at a woman farmer and a male farmer. A woman farmer will still have to attend to her house chores. She needs to still attend to the children. Say, for example, this farmer's education. By a certain time, she needs to be back home to attend to other chores that demand her attention. Now, what does that mean when it comes to designing for women? You must wear lenses that recognize her day-to-day activities and also appreciate the different stages of her life, at which point she's young and energetic and free. She's now a mother. She's now aging. She's now a senior citizen. Towards that end, APA partnered with the IFC leveraged on data, segmented the women market, and came up with 3 segments informed by what we saw in the market. And what we observed is that we do have the low-income woman, we do have the entrepreneur, and we do have the professional. What was interesting is these 3 women are seeking different value propositions. For example, when you look at the professional woman, she's keen on convenience. She's seeking a one-stop shop. It's about make my life convenient and let me access everything at one stop. She can afford it or she has ways of affording it. The entrepreneur is building her wealth. Okay, she's building her wealth. She has a starting point and she's keen on solutions that will propel the wealth agenda and kind of give her stability. When we come to the micro and the low income woman, we are talking about survival. We are discussing trade-offs. We are talking about prioritization. And suddenly you realize what you need to design for in terms of solution is what we are calling you design for relief as opposed to indemnity. And so what that means when it comes to insurance, we structure to suit her pocket. Again, we find ourselves mirroring what our economy is, which is bite-size economy. Hence, the design is designed for fast affordability, simplicity, and access. So in a nutshell, there's quite a lot that has gone into that space, but data is the first one, segmentation, the second, and 3, their reality. Why? Because it's important to design what is believable to them in terms of what they can afford and the benefit they will get. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Helen. You've really taken us through the nuances that when you're not sitting in the role that you're sitting in or the hat that you're wearing, it's very easy to miss out on how you've segmented, especially the women you're targeting. You have to design differently for the low-income woman who is on a survival basis, different from an entrepreneur. And I don't know if you guys are seeing this, but I'm just curious because we've heard from Eric coming in from the InsurTech side. We've heard from you, Helen, from the insurer side, and you've both talked about data. And I'm just throwing this for you to think on the spot and respond. But is there a linkage, Eric, you see in terms of the data that you're getting from these women in the social circles and the table ranking groups and the chamas? And how is that data then feeding into perhaps the existing insurers, the names such as APA? Is there somewhere a possible collaboration? Is that already there? Or is that something that, how do you then get to work together? Because I think the insights and the data that you're talking about, Helen, and even being able to partner with a big name such as IFC to be able to design for this particular market and design with the different nuances around even our economy. I think that data is important, but then Eric has also talked about AI and artificial intelligence and how to incorporate that when you're designing and embedding products. So really simply put is, how do you see that linkage from, the insurtechs that are coming up, but the existing insurers that are also there designing the products? So Eric, maybe to start with you.
Yeah. So I have 2 perspectives around this, and there are 2 ways of collecting data. There's the insurance way, where you go and talk to the customer, and you try to then get the information from them and then design products based on the information that you get. We in our business, we use the form where we pick data from what they actually do on our platforms. Okay, so they don't tell us intuitively that this is what you want to do, but we can see from the patterns of the way they actually use the platforms. And that data is how we then connect to the insurance company. So what we do is, in our platform, we already have a data layer which we give the insurance companies to help them create the products. And then they can create the products and they're then served on our platform. Okay? So that's how we look at it. Ours is very intuitive. Either we pick the data and we let our data layers then do the hard crunching, the correlations, the frequencies of how you use a platform, any correlation between the people who use them and the people who actually buy. So when we use that kind of analysis, we then present that to the insurance company and tell them, this is our insight, this is our thought process, this is what we think can work. Can you make a product that can then be able to rely on this case? Okay. Then they also bring their own knowledge of having talked to the clients directly and ask them, is this what you want? Because at times it's almost a corollary that what he says and what happens are always different in most cases. And that's what we realize in most of our product designs. Yeah.
Helen, do you have anything to add to that?
Just to emphasize that as we seek partnerships with partners like Malipo, Eric, we are keen on what we call sector solutions. Because say, for example, again, back to the farmer, if you look at the needs of the farmer and you look at the needs of the border rider, they could be similar, they could be different. Even back to the women, the three segments have different CVPs. However, they are what we call universal benefits or shared areas. For example, despite the convenience, etc., we find in a space of health, in a space of protection, in a space of wellness, it is a shared area. So what I want to emphasize is the place of sector solutions, and that's why the issue of data then comes in. And if I'm to meet a partner, an InsurTech like Malipo, is then also to interrogate the same data and analysis of what they have to be able to appreciate what their customers need. And most importantly, when we are looking at renewals or non-renewals, we are then able to see the biases that inform either extensions or increase or discounts, etc. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I mean, I'd also like you to hear now from a different perspective. We have Natasha here, who's joining us from the Pensions and Insurance Authority from Zambia. Natasha, first of all, thank you for agreeing a few minutes ago just to join us on this panel. But, given that we've now heard about, how you need to look at the insurance sort of target insurance market from a segmentation basis. Let me now zero in on the micro level. I know that the PIA recently passed, we were able to recently pass a microinsurance license. Maybe you can speak to us from where you sit in your role as an analyst in market development and how this is, contributing to the innovation, especially in terms of having more women access insurance within Zambia.
Thank you very much. So just a brief background on the insurance landscape in Zambia. Every 5 years, the financial sector holds a survey. It's called the FinScope survey, where we assess the access and usage of households in Zambia in terms of financial services. And in terms of insurance penetration, Zambia falls at about 1.37, which is quite low for the average for Africa and obviously the world. In terms of uptake, the 2015 FinScope survey, uptake was at 2.8%. And then in 2020, uptake grew to about 6.8%, which was a considerable growth, but still very low. So this was one of the motivations that inspired the PIA to be deliberate about the type of regulations that we issue and to also ensure that we issue proportionate regulations. And one of these regulations has been the microinsurance regulations. And we also recently issued the market conduct regulations. So in terms of proportionality, we are looking to ensuring that our pricing models, the product design is reflective of the inclusive and the underserved in our regulations. In addition, one of the challenges that we have noted in our industry in terms of inclusivity is that despite women being the major backbone in the informal sector, we find that they are also the most excluded. What does this mean? So for instance, in the agriculture sector, many women are the laborers, and despite all this, When it comes to issuing payouts, for example, under parametric insurance, we find that they do not benefit from this because of lack of access to digital platforms. They do not have access to mobile wallets. There's a gender bias in terms of who has access to mobile or any kind of digital technology in the household. So there's a cultural limitation in our markets, especially in the rural areas. Currently, in the rural area setup, you find a situation where despite the woman doing the laboring under the agriculture, it's the man that still has the right in the house to own a mobile phone. So when they subscribe to insurance, they do not benefit from the payout in the event there's a payout. So women are systematically excluded. In addition, we have also issued proportionate guidelines in terms of treating customers fairly, our market conduct regulations, and we have put stringent mechanism to help protect consumers, particularly women, in our grievance mechanism, so that insurers don't take advantage of that segment in the population. We also have taken deliberate steps at the time that we're designing our sandbox, where we'll have a bias for products or services that seem to want to promote inclusivities, particularly for women and the underserved, like rural farmers. These are some of the steps that we have taken as a regulator to try to promote inclusivity in our market.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for that, Natasha, because you've talked us through what are the steps you've done and how you're seeing especially the the regulator is really trying to, one, protect customers also, even in this innovation, because you're saying that from the survey, the information that you got was that that's what helped you design this regulation or pass this license to be able to target those who have been excluded. I don't know, in terms of actionable steps, you have mentioned this. Is there any aspect of capacity building with the insurers in Zambia that is a part of that initiative by the PIA?
PIA has been very big on capacity building for our industry in the last 3 years. So we essentially enacted our insurance law about 2022, the Insurance Act 38, 2021. We operationalized it in 2022. And since then, we've carried on a wide range of capacity building for our industry. And one of those has been trying to ensure that we have a gender mainstreaming strategy for our industry. So the PIA partnered with the IFC, the International Finance Corporation, to create a gender mainstreaming strategy where we want to institutionalize inclusivity in the policies. We want to see policies of insurance players reflective of inclusivity. And one of the successes of the gender mainstreaming strategy has been the responsiveness of our industry and the receptiveness in wanting to institutionalize a lot of inclusivity, not only in the product design or in the pricing, but also in their internal processes. Another challenge that we noted was that we have very few women in the insurance industry, especially at management level going up. We find a situation where most of the insurance workers are mostly, let's say, agents and maybe officer level going down. But when we start going up the ladder, we find there are very few women participants. And when we did a pilot with A2II, the thermometer, where we wanted to assess in terms of the institutions, the insurance players themselves, how the distribution of men and women and the roles that they play, we found that indeed, as you go up, the women are fewer. And through this, we were able to make assessments and it also fed into our gender mainstreaming strategy.
So thank you for that, Natasha. I want to come to you, Sophie. And I know maybe for those who know about Cocoa Networks, maybe you might be asking yourself, Cocoa Networks, gender intelligence. But I think, Sophie, you're coming into to this panel as the Director, Public Affairs in Cocoa Networks, which operates one of Africa's largest last mile clean energy distribution ecosystems. The reason I'm mentioning that is because we've heard a lot from the rest of the panelists around low-income households, women in low-income households, women in the underserved segment really being in this particular, excluded area of insurance. But I'd like to just talk to us more about Cocoa Networks and how Cocoa has been able to, through its, business model, be able to reach this segment that we are all really targeting to include in insurance, but in also other financial products. Yeah, so over to you, Sophie. Thank you, Judith. Good morning, everyone. So as Cocoa Networks, we are in a relatively new sector in the sense that our business model uses carbon credits. And I know a lot is often said about carbon credits. The way we use carbon credits is slightly different than it is used in nature-based solutions. For us, we developed a solution because people who use charcoal and firewood do not use it by choice. And the challenge is always, how do you get access to a solution that is affordable and always available? So we spent 5 years immersed amongst the cash conscious, we call them cash conscious households, understanding how they use charcoal, how they use kerosene, how they purchase. And out of these learnings, we developed our solution. So our solution is a 2-burner cook stove, and we use bioethanol as the fuel. Now, what is different? That is not something that is new. If you walk around Kenya, if you walk around other countries, you'll find bioethanol as a cooking fuel. The difference in how we've developed our model, our operating model, is that we replace single-use bottles. So we don't use plastic bottles. We use ATMs or fuel dispensers. So no different than your cash dispensers or your milk dispensers. We developed our own fuel dispensers that we install in shops close to where our customers live. Now, we heard about the issue of trust. And the reason why we integrated ourselves into existing businesses was primarily because of trust. These households, these women especially, they have a lot of solutions thrown at them. Yeah, and it's not people who last. So we decided we need to be different. We need to show that we are here for the long haul. And the best way for us to show that was to integrate our business with existing shopkeepers. So people who they're used to doing business with on a daily basis, they buy their staples from. So we installed our fuel dispensers in those shops, and consumers are then able to buy fuel. And they buy fuel using a reusable canister that has an NFC chip. So it's very similar to ATM cards for those who get cash from an ATM, and they're able to use you're able to use a PIN that is known to you to access your account and buy fuel. And you can then buy fuel in small quantities, just like you do for charcoal. So we did a lot of innovation, and that's why it took us 5 years, just innovating, developing a solution that will make sense, that will work, and that once people understand how to use, and then become seamless. And in the 11 years we've been here, we are now present in over 15 urban areas. 21 counties, we've reached 1.3 million households. And the shopkeepers, the number of shopkeepers integrated into our business are close to 4,000. And all these agents earn money from selling cookers, from selling fuel. Yeah, so we have actually transformed people's lives. Now, what is different about our business model? How do we integrate carbon credits? Now, you generate carbon credits when you transition people from using charcoal and firewood, because charcoal is unfortunately the leading cause of deforestation. The reason why a lot of our indigenous forests are being cut down is because there is a desperate need for fuel in the urban areas across Africa. And the fuel that is affordable to a lot of these people tends to be charcoal, because again, you can buy it in small quantities. You find that a lot of the existing clean fuels are not available in small amounts that you can actually buy if you earn money. on a daily basis. So we needed to adapt to that. So we generate a carbon credit when a household transitions from using charcoal or firewood or even kerosene to using bioethanol. Bioethanol is a tier 4 clean fuel according to the WHO classification. Now, before the household transitions, someone has to front you the money, because for the household to buy your solution, it needs to be cheap. So you can't sell it like a typical business. Someone has to subsidize. So someone fronts you the money, you subsidize the cooker, and you subsidize the fuel. That is what is different. So we don't sell the carbon credits beforehand. Someone fronts us the money. Once we generate the carbon credits, we need to sell them to countries and companies that have net zero targets. We've all heard about the ambition to decarbonize, for companies to reduce their carbon footprint, for individuals to reduce their carbon footprints, for governments to measure that reduction. Now, our contribution as a company within a developing country is to generate these carbon credits and sell them to countries and to companies that are seeking to reduce their carbon footprint. Now, for us to be able to access the premium end of this market, because that is where we target, we have invested over $200 million over the last 11 years to develop and sustain and grow our business. Now, for us to be able to monetize those carbon credits, we need to access the premium end of the market. This is where insurance has become handy. Now, we ended up, one of the requirements for the premium end of the market was within the airlines market, which is known as COSIA. And one of the requirements for you to sell your carbon credits there was for you to have insurance. And we needed to reach out to an entity that had the muscle to develop, to innovate in this area. Carbon credits are still a relatively new asset, so you don't find a lot of insurance companies stepping up to insure because of the uncertain nature of this asset class. So we reached out to MIGA, which is under the World Bank, and they insured us as their first carbon project. And this insurance is what has enabled us be able to access this COSIA market. There is a third requirement because as you sell these carbon credits, you are essentially taking the carbon credits from Kenya and selling them into another country. So essentially you're exporting your carbon credits. And the fact that you have to take away from the country means the country has to authorize. So Kenya needs to give approval for us as a company to export. And that is the last requirement, which is an export permit. Now, once we have that, we're then able to access this market. This insurance is what stabilizes us as a business. So it enables us to continue to access that premium market, and us accessing that market means that we are able to continue our business, we are able to continue expanding, we're able to reach more and more households, and it's a continuous process. So there's innovation not only within the sector that we play in, but also innovation within the insurance sector that has enabled our business to succeed. Thank you. Thank you so much, Sophie, for that, because I think when I heard you talk about carbon credits and really where cocoa is playing, I really wanted to understand that innovation aspect around how does insurance then come in to stabilize cocoa to be able to reach the premium end of the market, which is where really you need to scale towards. But what I've also taken away from you, which I think has also been reflected from the panelists, is that it does take time to innovate. You have to engage with the market. Whether you're trying to design your products, you have to understand which part of the which segment of the market you're targeting, but how much time are you spending with them to ensure your innovation actually meets what they really need. I think what you mentioned around trust is very important. Just being able to embed in the existing ecosystem, because I think naturally when you hear about innovation, it's everything new, let's change things up. But I think innovation is also around building on what's working, what's existing, tapping into that. And trust will always prevail in any business model, but more so in how we're trying to innovate and include those segments of the market that have been underserved. At this point, I know we're almost at time, and we had promised to leave some time towards the end to invite Q&A from the audience. So I'd just like to, I don't know if there's any mics going around. We can take maybe 2 questions from the audience if there are. If none, we're very happy to close this panel, but I don't want to lock out anyone. If you have any questions, feel free to raise your hand and somebody will. I see a hand here at the front. I don't know if there's anyone with a mic. Thank you. You can just say your name and who you'd like to address your question to, or if it's an open question. Go ahead. Yes, thank you. My name is Vincent. I'm the founder of Greenet Mind Limited, based in Turkana County. Thank you, Ellen, for being there. We are developing a product with APA, which is for me, a hope for Turkana County, where the adoption of insurance level is very low, and it's going to be a big opportunity for the county. My question is going to Sophie. I know we met during the quick session we were given to network. We are almost in the same sector. We manufacture clean cook stove from our side, but using biomass, and we are looking on how to transit into a kind of cleaner fuel, which is more safe from a higher standard to meet the carbon requirement, the carbon market requirement. My question is about, in your business model, what is your partnership approach? I mean, how partnership comes into your business model? Like if it were to work with some other companies who are in the same sector and willing to, to extend your technology where the need is. Thank you. Sophie, you can take that?
Yeah. Thank you for that question. I think at this stage, we are still learning. We're still expanding. We are consolidating our wins and then seeing what else can we do. I can't say that we've opened ourselves up to say partner with someone who's in manufacturing like you are, but neither are we closing the door. Yeah, as we said, the rule book to enable us to monetize our carbon credits was actually just enacted end of last year. Yeah, so it's still early in the sense of us monetizing the carbon credits and then reinvesting what we are earning to enable us expand into urban and rural areas. So as we expand, now we are predominantly in the urban areas. We're looking to go into peri-urban areas, into rural areas. We're also looking to expand our footprint outside the country. We're willing to innovate. We're willing to learn. So we're not closing the door. We want to see what is possible out there. So as and when we get to an opportunity where that arises, we'll definitely reach out to you. Thank you.
I don't see any more questions. So we'd like to end the panel here, but should you have any questions to either of the panelists, feel free to reach out to them or myself or the team here. So I'd like to thank my panelists for gracing us today and also just sharing your perspectives. I think it's been very useful for us to get to hear about the distribution models, the innovation, all the partnerships and the investment that has been done to date, also from the regulatory side around what's really informing the sort of move to be able to have regulations that cover some of the underserved segments in the market. So with that, I'd like to close this panel and thank you so much. I'll hand it over back to
Laura.
To Laura, yes. I was looking for where you are.
Right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. A round of applause, please, for the panel. As you can hear, there's a lot of things to unpack when it comes to gender, and there's no one size fits all. It's a very delicate balance, but thank you for your contributions. We are getting ready for another panel. But before that, we'd like to just share a word from our sponsors. So please have a look at the screens and learn a little bit more about our platinum sponsor, who are Zepri.
Okay. Laura, I think even as we load that particular video, because they've requested for a minute or two to load it up.
Cool.
I know the panel was quite interesting. I'm wondering, what was your key takeaway from it?
What was my key takeaway?
Yeah.
I think I've always been cognizant of the fact that when it comes to something as simple as mobile usage, in a rural household, something like that is shared. And so if you have access to your phone to get finances or to get insurance, then there's a gate. So there's the primary household breadwinner, and then there's the females at the back who have to wait for everything to come down. And so it's just interesting to see how many different sectors where that is an issue. I hadn't even thought about the issue of insurance payouts. So that was a big learning for me.
Definitely. And
Yes.
we have to be very cognizant, if at all, we are to solve this problem. Even the beauty about the accelerator, one of the unique, pain points that we're trying to solve is that issue of gender parity within the sector and making sure that the marginalized are able to be reached. But as we do so, I know.
What about you, actually? I'd be interested to know. What about you? What did you pick up from this particular panel?
I was trying to think about the next game that we're supposed to play in the conference. Okay. So you guys ready for the next game? Are you ready for the next game? Look at you guys just looking at me. Oh, insurance people, you're so serious. Yeah? Tell your neighbor, don't be so serious. Don't be so serious. Okay, so at this particular moment, as we come to the video, okay, Laura,
Yeah.
I'm told that the video is ready.
The video is ready.
So no games.
No games.
For the moment.
No games. You can play with us later. No, but please pay attention for a message from our sponsors. Thank you.
(1990) and the journey of setting up a reinsurance operation began in the Comesa region. Driven by excellence, growth, and trust, our experience throughout the years has proven our commitment to quality service. We have made it our mission to maintain the highest standards and credit ratings, working with both Comesa and non-Comesa member states. Headquartered in Nairobi, Kenya, ZEP-RE operates through 7 other country offices, namely Uganda, Zimbabwe, Zambia, Ethiopia, Cote d'Ivoire, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and Sudan, where we also run a Ritaka full business. We are ZEP-RE, PTA Reinsurance Company. ZEP-RE has grown to become a respected regional reinsurer within the Comesa region and is currently rated B++ by AM Best and AAA, Stable Outlook by GCR, which affirms our claims paying ability. ZEP-RE has the mandate to foster the development of the region's insurance and reinsurance industry, to promote the growth of national and regional underwriting and retention capacity, and to support the sub-regional economic development agenda. ZEP-RE delivers on these mandates by transacting reinsurance business within and outside the region, creating and administering pools for the interest of the region's insurance markets, training insurance and reinsurance industry personnel through the ZEP-RE Academy, providing technical assistance to the insurance industry, promoting contacts and business cooperation, and investing premiums in the region to promote economic development. ZEP-RE has a broad-based shareholding structure, currently comprising governments, the Comesa Secretariat, private companies, national insurance reinsurance companies, and regional organizations. The company underwrites both treaty and facultative business, providing reinsurance cover across a broad spectrum of products for both life and non-life reinsurance, such as property, casualty, marine, aviation, and life. We partner with clients through product and service design, capacity development, risk assessment, and pricing tools to deliver bespoke solutions to respond to our clients' needs. ZEPRI supports financial inclusion by providing capacity to drive uptake of microinsurance to bring risk cover to the most vulnerable and underserved demographics through provision of capacity for agriculture insurance and other microinsurance solutions. In Zambia, for instance, ZEPRI supports weather-based crop insurance, directly impacting more than 1 million farmers under the Farmer Input Support Program. We support weather index insurance in partnership with the government. In Kenya, we support over 250,000 farmers, while in Uganda, over 60,000 farmers are supported under the government's National Agriculture Insurance Scheme. We have partnered with private sector partners to design and support access to affordable housing through its innovative collateral replacement indemnity products. More than 1,500 low-income families have been supported under this initiative across East Africa. We develop and deploy digital solutions through our InsurTech initiatives to make microinsurance solutions more accessible and inclusive to our underserved population. The company continues to support infrastructure projects in the areas of energy, roads, rail, and communication to power and connect our cities and foster development. As part of core mandate to promote regional economic development, ZEPRI currently manages the reinsurance pools of 2 key trade facilitation programs of COMESA, namely the Yellow Card and RCTG schemes. The Yellow Card is a regional third-party motor vehicle insurance scheme that provides third-party legal liability cover and compensation for medical expenses resulting from road traffic accidents caused by visiting motorists. The scheme is currently operational in 13 countries within the region and is being expanded to cover more countries in the region. The RCTG scheme facilitates a uniform basis for transit movement through the region by ensuring only one guarantee bond is utilized for the transit of goods through all transiting member states. Currently, the scheme is fully operational in the Northern and Central Corridor countries, namely Burundi, Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania, and Uganda. We set up the ZEPRI Academy to develop skills at regulatory, executive, and technical level, and deliver on its mandate of developing the regional insurance and reinsurance industry. The Academy works with and carries out trainings for different markets and regulators, encouraging best practices and experiences covering over 3,000 trainees annually across 37 African countries.
I joined the Academy back in 2018. Back then, I was still relatively new in the industry. Hence, the training was very important to me because it helped me to better understand how reinsurance works. And it also helped me to gain an in-depth understanding in my area of work, which was claims. Over time, I have attended a number of trainings conducted by the same academy, and I can confidently say that it has greatly helped me to become technically capable and proficient at my work. And this, I believe, has helped me to offer better services to my clients.
I would really encourage anybody who is aspiring to be in the insurance and reinsurance industry, or who is currently in the insurance or reinsurance industry, to join the ZEPRI Academy, noting that this is one of the best platforms we have in Kenya that will really bring and impact knowledge, both in insurance and reinsurance, across all aspects of the industry.
We are passionate about empowering the community and have developed CSR initiatives around 3 focus areas: education of the girl child, health, and community development. Beneficiaries of our CSR program include the Gashora Girls Academy in Rwanda, the Kenyan Community Development Foundation in Kenya, and support for cancer survivors through the Faraja initiative. ZEPRI also supports the Global Give Back Circle program by mentoring young girls. Through our Young Professional program, we develop and incorporate young graduates into the insurance industry.
My journey with ZEPRI started when I joined campus. I was taken on under the CSR program, and they took care of my school fee through the sponsorship. And also I got opportunities to become an intern here during my long holidays. Yeah, so it gave me an opportunity to learn more about what my line of career because of studying actuarial science in school. So it gave me an opportunity to learn the practicality of what I was learning in school.
To augment these efforts, the company recently established a development impact fund, where a portion of the company's profits are appropriated for purposes of supporting both CSR and developmental initiatives within the region. For more than 30 years, we have made it our mission to be the leading reinsurer in Africa, continuously striving to offer solutions tailor-made to the needs of each of our clients. We are ZEPRI PTA Reinsurance Company, and we are committed to quality service.
All right. Give it up for ZEPRI. Come on, appreciate them. Yes, those are platinums. Platinum partners. Tell your neighbor platinum partners. Yeah, challenge them. Tell them next time you should be a platinum partner. If you want your video to be lengthy so that people can take time to understand what exactly you guys do. And we appreciate also the rest of our partners, the Safaricoms, the Zamaras of this world, Ken Bright, Old Mutual, thank you very much. Turako, you guys are doing an amazing job, and God bless you. Now, at this particular moment, time is really moving. What time is it? It's almost 12:30. I want us to transition into an interesting discussion, Laura, and this touches on disruption, the future of insurance, and the new rules that are being rewritten right now in the country. Understand there are amendments to the insurance regulation in the country. There are quite a number of changes that are being proposed. These are disruptions, and the world is ever changing. So the sector players, innovators, funders, what exactly can be done different so that we can set a new precedence moving forward, especially from, it would be nice moving from this particular summit and seeing changes even as we move forward. So at this particular moment, it's going to be an interesting panel, Laura.
Yes.
Talk to me about it.
So we have a moderator from one of our sponsors, Accenture Group, Donald Were. Mr. Donald Were. Please welcome Donald on stage. I think I'll ask you, Donald, to go the long route and sit right next to Noah.
Come here.
One of the first speakers we have is a principal officer and insurance portfolio lead at Safaricom. That is Brian Newtu. Brian, welcome on stage. You can come this way. Next up, the CEO and founder of Turako, who we had on stage yesterday, Mr. Ted Pantone. Karibu sana. And last but not least, the head of research, analytics, and software as a service business at Zamara, Arth Shah. Mr. Shah, there we go. So as Noah intimated, they will be talking about rewriting the rules of insurance,
yes.
Looking at telcos, insurtechs, innovators, and advisors, all on the same panel. So I'm going to hand it over to you, Mr. Donald, to go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you are all doing well. The panel here is excited to discuss and engage all of us on the disruption, the rules that are being rewritten in the insurance space to take us to the next generation. So I would like to invite all of us to be very attentive, collaborative, engaging as we go along. So thank you very much. To start off, I think we'll just start with the round of introductions, and I'll start with myself. My name is Donald Were, as it has been mentioned. I lead the actuarial team at Accenture Group. Accenture Group is basically a financial services consultancy group with specialty in actuarial consultancy or insurance consultancy, insurance broking, and technology. At this point, I'm going to give a chance to the panelists, 2 minutes or less, to introduce yourself, tell us what you do, and tell us how what you're doing is actually rewriting the rules to take insurance to the next generation. So I'll start from my far right with you, Art. Please take it on.
All right. Good afternoon, Donald and everyone. My name is Shah. I head the Research Analytics and SaaS Business Department at Zamara Group. Zamara is Pan-African financial services company. We provide actuarial consulting, insurance broking, and pension administration services, and now venturing into providing digital platforms to service providers of insurance and pensions. My role at Zamara is very simple, can get complicated at times, is to understand what's happening around customers, right? It could be corporates, could be individuals. How can we innovate for them, with them? And I'm happy to share my thoughts, during this panel today. Yeah.
Thank you. You, Ted?
Yeah, sure. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Ted Pantone. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Turaco. For those that didn't hear my introduction yesterday, I'll be very brief. We are an insurance technology company focusing on microinsurance across the continent. So we have 5 million customers across 4 markets in Africa today. As of today, we're insuring 1 out of every 40 Kenyans with a medical or a life insurance product. Yeah, I think that answers your second question as well.
Okay, thank you. Next, please go ahead.
Right, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Brian Yutu, Insurance Portfolio Lead at Safaricom, and also the Principal Officer of Safaricom's insurance subsidiary. I know some of you may have heard about Safaricom Insurance Agency Limited, which is our vehicle towards our foray into insurance. I think our role as Safaricom in ensuring that we're innovating from an insurance point of view has been an adoption of what we've been doing in the past for all the financial services that we offer, all the way from payments, which is quite prominent across the country, credit, I'm sure some of you must have heard of that, and then finally, wealth and insurance. The video that played earlier was actually one of our flagship products, ZD, towards smart investing at a very low price point. And from an insurance point of view, which is the entity I look after, there's a lot of products that I hope I'll get an opportunity to talk you through. But for us, it's to innovate alongside industry partners, both insurtechs and insurance companies, to ensure that we're getting the right products out. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the great introductions. So I'm just going to jump into the meat of this discussion. And basically what we're going to look at is there's already what is working in the insurance space. It is serving the purpose that it is, both in terms of distribution, products, risk and compliance, regulations. But definitely we need to be thinking around how we can get to the next level. How can we get to the next generation? And looking at this, I'm going to start with you, Ted. You've been in the underwriting space, leading a micro insurer across different countries. With your experience in the space, what is your view of how the next generation insurance looks like? Just to debunk what next generation means and everything. So what is your view of how the next generation insurance looks like?
Yeah, great question. So I think the simplest answer to this question is it's ignoring the people that are already insured. Right. So Kenya is a country that is there's too many insurance companies and not enough insurance. Right. There's too many people fighting for the same top 5% of the market and ignoring everybody else. Everyone is saying they're doing micro, but it's 1%, it's sub 1% of people's portfolios, so nobody really cares about it aside from CSR. So I think to get to the next generation of insurance, you have to go after the next generation of people who need to be insured, which is mass market consumers who currently don't have any insurance products today, which is why the work that Safaricom is doing is transformational, right? They touch every life in Kenya every day. And now they're saying, okay, we want to do insurance for every life in Kenya every day, which is, that's the way to do it, is working with groups like Safaricom, working with groups like some of the other partners that we work with, like ASA, who was here yesterday.
Thank you so much. Just a follow-up from that, and maybe not to you. I think I'll give it to Brian. So Brian, for the longest, when you talk about innovation and especially in distribution for insurance, a lot of people have the thought process or the school of thought that insurance is heavily intermediated and therefore room for disrupting the distribution models is very minimal. Of course, there's been innovations around distribution, both looking at tools, partnerships to achieve or maybe to counter that school of thought. But I mean, a lot of insurance, even in Kenya right now, or East Africa, is still distributed through the mainstream or traditional agency or intermediary roles. Do you think the school of thought that insurance being heavily intermediated is actually right to the extent that innovation or transforming distribution will be very tricky or next to impossible?
Yeah.
Maybe you can add in terms of also what you're doing at Safaricom in that space.
Sure, thanks. And that's a good question. So my personal view is based on the experience that I have. So I've worked with conventional insurance brokers. I've worked with an InsurTech and now working with a telco. So my honest view is that disintermediation is not the answer. We still need the intermediaries because insurance being a financial service, we need financial advisors to be able to communicate the message. And of course, in the society that we live in as Kenyans, we do trust products that have a face to it. So disintermediation is not an option that we can have currently. What the next best option will be is actually empowering our intermediaries to be able to do better. So use of AI, for example, in having next best action recommendations and empowering them with sufficient tools and all that, I think will be the next best action that we can take. So ideally, intermediation or intermediaries still play a very important role. And the best thing that we can do to them is ensure that we empower them positively using the various innovations and technologies. We probably won't get into the lengths of what AI can do, but of course you can have a view, and some of the insurtechs are doing it, where you have an AI as a funnel filter, where you're able to see the propensity model of this client. What are they likely to purchase? And thereby you're able to focus your product very specifically, which is what we've always been speaking about towards personalization of products. With regards to what we are doing as Safaricom, yeah, we've been trying to push the needle with regards to insurance penetration, of course, aided by our regulator and able partners. And one thing that we are really focused on and is currently in pilot, and this is quite exciting, is we want to use our our M-Pesa agents to be able to distribute insurance, which is one of the key touch points. You will note that in every sector or every area that you're in Kenya, you must have that M-Pesa agent who's there. And they're typically trusted as a financial partner, where you're able to receive your withdrawals, you're able to put in your money to be able to send to the people that you want to send money to. So what if we enhance that individual to be able to sell insurance to you or propose an insurance product to you? Of course, with the right guidelines in mind, all the way from proper education to avoid mis-selling, just like the regulator has strongly put that, and ensuring that even as we do this, we are working with partners who are properly enabled to be able to distribute insurance. So that's some of the work that we're doing. Others is around embedding, right? We've spoken, and in all InsurTech Summits, embedding is the key word. But how do you actually have insurance embedded in products that actually make sense to the users' lives? It makes sense, for example, to embed a small micro insurance product to a GSM product, and that's some of the work that we're doing with Turaco, for example, where we are embedding a very simple and useful product that focuses on getting an income replacement of sorts and an accident cover in bundles that are sold to our border riders and also our Uber drivers. We understand that most importantly for them, they need these GSM resources such as data, minutes, and all that. But most importantly, when they get into accidents or when their family members or themselves are admitted in hospitals or they face death, for example, in the family, they're unable to work and therefore they lose their income. So how do we partner and ensure that we're embedding the right product in the right core product use cases such as GSM? So that's just some of the work that we're doing from an innovation of the distribution.
Thank you so much, Bran. And it's actually brilliant to see how we can leverage the M-Pesa ecosystem, because I mean, M-Pesa has built to become a very trusted, wild, larger reach brand. So I mean, distributing insurance through M-Pesa seems to be a very brilliant idea in terms of just reaching each and everyone. And you can think of it in terms of how many people interact with M-Pesa every day. Yeah, so maybe just an addition to that, are you also looking at an embedded solution where probably an additional fee on the transaction fees that would ideally guarantee a cover on something? Because we know for sure that all of us here, or maybe 90% of us, are going to be transacting on M-Pesa, either directly or indirectly through other merchants. So is there like a thought around embedding a product now directly on M-Pesa as a transaction platform?
Right. Yeah, so the view there is not necessarily having additional costs towards the already existing transaction charges that are within the M-Pesa, and we won't get into that discussion in this forum. But the view there is how do we add value to our customers? So on a day-to-day basis, we have 38 million customers, and that number has been going up, interacting with M-Pesa on a 30-day basis. These customers come to us because primarily of the P2P or the payments to the business or sending money to their relatives back home. We've realized, again, as I mentioned earlier, that there are other financial needs that these customers have to make it inclusive. And that is why we're adopting that within our ecosystem. So how do we embed insurance in each and every customer's lives is most importantly how the view is not necessarily to force it down on them, because we've identified that certain segments of our customers who we refer to as achievers, to a large extent work within these corporate companies and they have some form of insurance. But majority of our customers, about 56% of them, who we refer to as the strivers segment, typically are unserved or underserved by the insurance market, and specifically the conventional products. So for them, and again, you will note that these are the value seekers. These are the people who would want to send 100 shillings and below because it's a non-chargeable transaction. So to your point, Donald, if you actually, price in some form of insurance, you won't even trap them at that point. But most importantly is how do you find ways in which you can stimulate higher value transactions, for example, that generate revenue for the business, and in turn, you're able to give back some of that as value. So there's a lot of view around how do we retain our customers, of course, by meeting our business intent of increasing the value and volume that we are pushing. Of course, M-Pesa is a business, but how also do you add value to the customer as opposed without increasing the charges they currently have, while still making sure that the customer benefits? I think that's the view.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. So let me come to you, Earth, and specifically I'll be looking at how your role around the digital space and probably analyzing consumer insights and behavior. Based on what you've worked on before, or maybe the analysis you've been doing, what do you think we are lacking in our current products that could transform what we have already into the next generation of products that we need, and maybe to be able to cover the uninsured Stead mentioned?
Yeah, thank you for that, Donald. I think what's missing, and probably what everyone's been talking about over the past 1.5 days, is how do we change our approach from a product or pricing-led insurance product to a customer-led product, okay? And what do I mean by this? I think traditionally insurances have been, the way you price insurance is rating tables, through the actual background that I have. You look at people as averages and the like, and there's a lot of pulling of risks. But is that the right way to do it, especially in the mass market? We have thousands and millions of people who cannot be seen as averages. Everyone has their own story, and everyone's risk is different, right? So how do we take an approach that takes it to a customer-led product innovation perspective? Secondly, how do we work together? How do we co-create with the customer? Turaco, Safaricom have done it really well. I'm talking to their customers, the farmers, their customers in Safaricom. Understanding their needs is very important, and co-creating with them, and not only with customers, but also distribution partners with innovators, wellness people, and building what we'd call an insurance ecosystem, right? And not necessarily even building, but being part of an existing one that works, right? So I think our products need to be more customer-led, need to be within an ecosystem that works, and needs to be built with partners of like mind, right? And analytics plays a very big role in this. Let's talk about predictive analytics as an example. It helps us understand the client. It almost tells us that somebody's about to get into an accident. These days with AI and telematics, we can know a lot of information. This is what Tesla is doing, right? If we can get products that use this data to price products properly, to tell us that this product is needed at this time, then that's very important, and that could work. But more than, I think, right pricing and right timing, I think it's all about getting it to the right customer. I mean, we've always joked about this in our office, like, I don't need a maternity cover, right? Why do I get it? I don't need a benefit like that. How can we price it and also offer it differently to every individual? And I think analytics then plays a very big role in that. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. So moving away from the analytics and the digital part of the innovation in insurance, I think the biggest challenge in transforming insurance is, in my view, so you can innovate, design the best product you want, but still you have to hit the bottom line, because then if you're not in business, you cannot sustainably continue giving that solution. So for instance, Ted, if you're not hitting your bottom line, you cannot continue serving the markets the way you would want and for a longer period of time, and probably serve more and more wider markets. So I think I'm gonna give it to you, Ted, on this one. With innovation and trying to make sure that you get to the uninsured, or probably even if it is low income, the way you've talked of the partnership you're working with SAF, how do you balance affordability? So the product must be affordable, otherwise no one is going to be able to buy it. And sustainability, making sure that you have an innovative solution that is affordable, but also you have the best margins for to be able to do this for a longer period of time. How do you balance that?
Yeah, it's a great question. It's something we talk about a lot on our team. Our motto as a business is that we're in the claims paying business, which is different for an insurance company to have that be the core of what we're trying to do. I think the starting point in balancing affordability versus sustainability is value delivered to customers, right? You have to make sure that you're delivering value to customers, both through peace of mind by having a good product that they believe in, but then also in actually paying claims when they come up, paying them quickly. Our median turnaround time on a claim is 4 hours. You have to get people the money that they deserve into their pockets as quickly as possible. And that's when the value that they think that they're getting is realized and they're able to continue to buy your product. So if you're doing that, if you're meeting your customer promises, then you can charge money and you can make profits. But if you're not doing that, which I think the majority of the insurance industry on this continent is not doing that, is not meeting its commitments with the vigor that they should, then you're going to have people that don't believe in insurance, which I think is the majority of Africans don't really understand or believe in insurance products as they exist today. The reputation is already very bad. So we're trying to fix that. I think players like Safaricom are trying to fix that as well, so that these people who have never had an insurance product before, who are interacting with it for the first time, can say, okay, this is something that actually works. And therefore, I'm not only willing to buy it once, but I'm willing to buy it 10 more times for 10 other situations in our life.
Okay, yeah. So just
Brian,
on a...
Brian wants to add.
Okay, please add.
So it's very interesting, and allow me to chime in here, because it's always a chicken and egg situation where you're saying you want an affordable product, but with affordability you need scale, and before you get scale, it needs to be affordable. So something has to give first. And to Ted's point around claims payment, there's something we look at, which is basically what we can refer to as hardening of the ground, where if you're not able to put the right product for customers, because I know some people here push certain products on a freemium basis, you know, it's a test then buy for customers, and if the final experience to the customer is not the best, and I think Mr. Kuloba spoke about it very, very well, is you'll end up hardening the ground, such that if a first-time customer comes and purchases a product and they don't get that good experience, and remember, experience for a customer is when a claim is paid. A lot of times when we interact with our customers and we're telling them about our income protection product, they say, so we'll give you X shillings per week for the next 52 weeks. And then at the end of it, if I don't end up using it, what happens? These are the kind of customers that we have. So how do we curate our experience around that, such that even when they don't incur a claim, they still feel like they have benefited from insurance? And anyone here who's been in insurance for a very long time knows it's not very easy to explain to customers the protection bit of it. Of course, there's analogies that have been used around how if you pay your watchman certain amounts and at the end of the year you're not attacked, you don't ask them to give back the salary you've been paying them, right? So all those examples have been given, but our customers still find it very difficult to understand. So my urge and what we push at Safaricom, even as we work with partners, is to make sure that the product that we have must be a claimable product so that customers perceive full value, and we end up preparing the ground such that anyone else who comes to speak to the same customer is finding very raw ground or very fertile ground for you to be able to plant the seed.
Can I just share one more thought?
Sure.
So two stories. I've talked to every large microinsurance player in the world at this point. There's two very large companies that have failed, one of which had the mentality of when they had a product that had a 10% loss ratio, they celebrated how much money they were making, and they were like, ha, we got these customers. That's the wrong mentality. Another one that failed had the mentality of a product that could have a 10% loss ratio being like, no, it's immoral to make money off of poor people. I actually think that's the wrong mentality too. I think maybe a 10% loss ratio is the wrong number, but it is moral to make money off of low-income consumers. That's the only way that you're going to make a business that makes sense. So I think both the overly greedy and the overly philanthropic mindsets need to be thrown away, and you need to, like what we're trying to do, build a very profitable, sustainable, high-growth business that can attract the kind of investment that you need. So you need to have one fit in each of those camps, or somehow straddle both worlds.
I like the thought process around the product must be claimable. I mean, insurance is in the business of paying claims. There's no other business insurers should be in. So, I mean, that is very good and very great, because then if I cannot claim, if I have all these clauses that are restricting even the smallest claim possible, then there's no value, basically.
But what's the technical term for claims in an insurance company? A loss? This is the product that we're delivering. This is not a loss to me as a company, right? This is my product.
I think maybe we should revert to the accounting in manufacturing where you have payables, like you have the cost of sales. Maybe that is a cost of sales rather than a claim. Because when you think of it as a claim, then it becomes like, we are losing money.
Cost of goods sold.
Rather than returning the money we had, the service, actually providing the service we had promised. Anyway, yeah, so those are very good insights there. I think before we move away from partnerships, I just want to pick your brain, Brian, on so there are different models of partnerships when it comes to innovative products. And we've seen this rising even more recent. There's always the common saying that if you want to go far, walk with others. And there are guys whose tagline is "You never walk alone." I don't know if they're here, but they're there. So, so in the spirit of partnerships, I think one of the key things that has been challenging for innovators or stakeholders in partnerships is what is the best model? Probably there's no model that fits everything, but how do we apply different kinds of models? For instance, do we white label? Do we revenue share? Do we? What is the best model, or what model works for which scenarios?
Right. So from where I sit and from my personal experience, there's no best model because it all depends on quite a number of factors. Of course, it depends on who owns the customers, who owns the risk, and finally, who creates the most value in that funnel. So with the different models that are already there, you spoke about a revenue sharing model, we have a white label model, and you also have a co-branded or what is called dual brand presence. It depends, right? So depending on what position you're in that partnership. For example, for revenue sharing arrangement, it's best when the partner controls the demand, but not the trust. Like in this case, there are certain partners who have to rely on a separate brand to be able to get the credibility and the trust with the customer base that they have. So if you're pushing a B2B2C partnership, that's most likely where a revenue sharing arrangement will work best. For white label, this will work best when the partner has overwhelming trust and wants to own the insurance processes end to end. That's when you're able to white label that product, right? And then finally, for the co-branded or the dual brand presence, this is the scenario where both parties have the trust of the customers and the product requires a lot of credibility from the insurance. So I think it's positioning yourself depending on your customer base, understanding, do your customers trust you enough for you to say that you fully own that brand, fully own that product, and you distribute them? Of course, most importantly is within the regulatory guidelines, and then you'll be able to find out which model fits best.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Ted, I saw you are nodding. So do you want to add something on that?
Fire lazy partners. Right. I've worked with 50 or more insurance or reinsurance or actuarial partners. I'm surrounded by my partners on this table, right? We pay them money, they pay us money. It's all somehow it works. The partnerships that fail are when people are lazy and greedy. So if someone's not adding value into an equation, fire them as quickly as possible.
Okay. I think now we know whom to fire. So your partners, among your partners, you know exactly what you need to do and you live here. Anyway, yeah. So, Art, let me come to you. Maybe you can answer this. Then we can pick a few questions before we get to the conclusion. What do you think is the biggest barrier? Because we've been talking about next generation for quite a while, or innovation and moving to the next step, insuring the uninsured, ensuring the maybe small income populations. But even though a lot of work has gone into this, there's definitely still a lot that needs to be done. What do you think is the biggest barrier, or what is the main challenge innovators, telcos, regulators are facing that is hindering faster growth or faster innovation?
It's hard to point out one biggest challenge. It's not easy being an insurtech
you can
and in the
choose a
micro
few
insurance
biggest-
space. However, I want to just delve on something that Ted said. I think partners who are not just lazy, but I think choosing partners who have a purpose, right? I think if you're purpose-led and that purpose aligns with the key stakeholders you're working with, really then makes a very successful partnership of that. And just back to the question, I think the challenges, I think, let me take it from a regulatory perspective. I think there are certain challenges that, insurtechs have faced, but we're slowly mitigating those. But from a regulatory perspective, and what I see from what other countries are doing is what we've all been talking about. And EU have this passporting framework as an example, right? If we can allow digital providers of insurance, insurtechs, Turaco and the like, to allow their operations to not just be in the country that they have headquartered in, but across the East African region, I think that would be very helpful, right? Easy to scale up, very low barriers to entry, a model then that works, in HQ and can be replicated very easily in other countries. I think that's one thing that probably regulators need to look at. I think we need to build a community within the East African or African region that can then help each other. One more thing, and this is what I think Brazil and India do well, is the sharing of data amongst underwriters, amongst stakeholders within the industry. They have been able to have a centralized repository of all policies, a centralized repository of all claims, a centralized repository of fraud claims. And this is data that innovators are looking for so that you can price products correctly, right? It's not fair for somebody who has not claimed in 5 years to still pay the same price. I ought to be paid a lot lower, right? My premiums ought to be lower. And this is only possible when there's good level of data sharing, of course, within the laws that are there. But I think this is one thing that probably regulators and industry stakeholders need to really talk about. And I'm hoping that that's a conversation that happened in the roundtable this morning, yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. So I think I'm just gonna throw it to the audience for any question or comment. There are a lot of innovators here. There are a lot of partners with innovators. So any question, please go ahead.
Sure. Thank you, Donald. My question goes to first question, Brian, second one to Derek. Brian, you said it should be claimable. Can you please expound on that? Because I'm thinking I'm lost in there. Because for sure we get that in the health insurance space. And the dropout rates become so much huge. Then Derek, what guardrails have you put against a Ponzi scheme? Forgive my ignorance on the benefits and all the charges you put on your product, but I've seen 50 Kenya shillings. I did my calculation, that was about 40 cents. I don't know, is it a month, a week, a day, what is it? Because I'm thinking, do we keep the promise on actually delivering the product that you just mentioned there? Thank you.
Thanks. Maybe Brian, you can go first. Then.
Right. Yeah, to your question with regards to, and I understood it as what are the characteristics of a claimable product? I hope that's the right way. So ideally, what a claimable product is by very loose definition, a product that provides real value to the customer. Look at it this way, and I was gonna pick it up as my closing remarks per se, is insurance by design is meant to protect the customer from uncertain risks. And if a customer, for one reason or the other, is unable or the risk does not materialize, then they do not consume or feel the effect tangibly of the insurance, right? Because a tangible effect of the insurance will be a claim payout. So if you design products, like Ted was saying earlier, that would be very low loss ratio, where you're saying that due to the terms and conditions appended within this product, it's going to be very difficult for you to claim, then the downstream effect of that is loss of trust of the customer. So by designing claimable products, I mean design products that do not have a lot of barriers to the customers. And thankfully, we do have regulations here in Kenya, that Microinsurance Act of 2020, that stipulate what a microinsurance product is, and they're fantastic. All the way from the premium payable, the maximum premium payable per day, the maximum limits, the nature of terms and conditions that you're putting in, the exclusions that you're putting in. And part of the products we've been able to design have very minimal exclusions that are purely focused on illegalities. Because ideally, if a customer wants to utilize your services, they actually have a real need. And remember, we really want them to consume this so that we can have a fertile ground for, embedding additional products.
Yeah, and maybe before we get another question or Ted comes in on the second one. So if you find yourself in a very comfortable or good position where your loss ratio is 5%, 10%, then you need to think around what other value, what else can you do to the customer to make them feel they are getting value. So it could be a refund, it could be support on another initiative, it could be any other thing that makes the customer feel like, even though I didn't claim, but I got some value from this process. Yeah. So, okay, yeah. So do you want to take the second one?
Before we move from there, very important is something around embedded products. One big issue that has faced embedded products is lack of awareness by the customer. So again, you can build a very nice product that you embed on a certain service, but due to lack of awareness, the customer is not able to claim. That's an unclaimable product. So we need to put in all measures, not just in product design, but also post-product development, post-distribution. What other measures can you put in place to make the product claimable?
Okay, thank you.
I can quickly answer your question. Our loss ratios are very healthy. This is my actuary. He can attest to this. My favorite exclusion that every insurance company that I've worked with has tried to get me to add to microinsurance products is skydiving. I don't think that a farmer in Busia is going skydiving. Let's stop doing this, guys.
Farmers can dive from trees,
yeah, but not like that. Huh?
Anyway, thank you. There was the second hand was at the back, so we can take that one first before. Okay, please.
Yeah,
go ahead.
thanks, Donald, and to the panelists. So, it will probably pass as questions or comments, really. So the first one is around alternatives to insurance as we know it today. So I think the debate has always been, is it that people are not insured, or is it that they derive insurance in other forms, not necessarily how we know it? And I think that's also something which we need to ask ourselves, right? So if actually they're insuring themselves in other non-conventional forms, then it's for us to complement how they're doing it rather than try to substitute it, because I think there's always that debate. Then secondly is also, at least from what we've seen in some of the solutions we've developed at ZEPRI, is the power of being able to extract value within the value chain and the ecosystem. So it's unlikely that, one will go through the entire value chain, get a payout, and you expect this guy to make a premium after he's received money. Perhaps it's much easier to try and give them an incentive to get a premium payout along the value chain. And that's why ecosystems are, increasingly becoming quite important and powerful, even as we talk about inclusion.
Yeah, thank you. There's another question here. Please go ahead, then we can finish with this one. Can we get a mic at the front here, please?
All right, mine is a comment. We have had problem. I've been in the microinsurance for more than 15 years. The biggest problem we have had is that we have got a blueprint which a one size fits all. You go, everyone is talking about hospital cash. I've had a problem where in a forum like this, I told them for someone to come to Malawi and tell me he's bringing is bringing hospital cash is a proper thief. Hospital cash, a trigger, is someone has to sleep in a hospital bed so that the payment comes. Do you know the ratio of hospital beds to the population of Malawi? It's like you are telling people, my product is I'm going to pay you $1 million upon having snow in Sahara Desert. So this has been the problem. Now, where does the problem emanate from? The problem emanates from regulation. The moment what we are providing is a medical product. But now when you just mention that it's a medical, it has got another regime. You need another regulator to give you license. So what do? Let's do a medical product, namely the hospital cash. That has been the standard that most players have done. Coming to pricing, which my friend has given here, a microinsurance product is a high volume, low cost product. As long as you get your numbers right, you are good. I was underwriting for 1 acre fund in Malawi for their farmers. There were 250,000 farmers. We were charging them 800 kwacha per annum. That one is one of the most profitable product I have. We needed 4,000 something people to die to finish the premium. So if you are talking about microinsurance, if you don't go and bring a lot of people in the port, you're not. Now we should go to the other end. My last comment is that the biggest problem in the room, for those of us, maybe our friends here in Kenya, we are privileged. For those of us from the low income countries, is that the cost of technical expertise is too high. I've done a lot of agriculture insurance. The problem is with you insurers here. You have got a list of your experts to say, for example, one of the issues I was dealing with, I had to hire a guy from Nairobi to go and do crop cuts in Malawi. This guy, his ticket costed me $1,500. His accommodation wanted a 5-star hotel. This guy wanted the proper food. I had to take all that. And then on top of that, he wants $12,000. This I have to factor it into the price, into my premium. If we are talking about some of these things, let's decentralize them. We have got the agriculture experts there. Yesterday, someone was presenting here. The problem, sorry, I may mention one of the companies here. The problem that they faced in Malawi is this guy who came to do crop cuts couldn't speak with the local guy. When he left, they said, that guy you bring, he was telling what he was saying, we didn't understand him. But if he had gone someone who understood the language, he told him, well, my friend, this means of yours has not done well, so this is how we're going to receive blah, blah, blah in their language. So these are things that we need to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So I think in the interest of time, we're going to just take one last question that had been raised here. Then we will close there. So let's get the last one from here.
Okay, thank you. My question goes to a friend at Zamara, and it refers to affordability. I do believe that affordability can be solved on all ecosystem players act on it. And as you know, insurance is highly regulated. You cannot determine premium based on your wish or a pure use business model as well as market interactions. It is highly dependent on the actuarial pricing and assumptions that is being given by actuaries like Zamara. So you have raised it. Most of actuarial firms globally are using conventional methods. They are not using advanced technologies to change the way they do because of two things from my perspective. One, their business is mandated. For example, in a country like Ethiopia, you can take whatever product you do have without like an actuarial valuation and pricing. So most of the prices or their assumption have been exposed to a lot of reporters because I was in the industry. They'll give you a risk premium of up to 70%. And most of the times, especially for retail-based policies like life insurance, individual term life insurance. So you do have only 30% playing ground. How do you access the unserved? How do you deliver the very needed insurance to the low income level people? And as Ted raised, how do you scale in situations where the premium has been capped. If you go lower, the regulator will say, no, you are out of market even. So how do you handle such kind of things? Do you think new technologies will help you guys to come up with a new model? Even you may find actual like reporters, similar reporters, even country to country. And you have raised very vital point, customer centric. Do you think you are going to make it just with the help of technology? Again, customer-centric reporters. Do you have a unique proposition, for example, like for Traco? Just a reflection. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think I'm going to take that, and then you will also give us your closing remarks after you've answered.
Sure,
Thanks.
thank you. Well, I'm not an actuary, so it's a tough question for me, but what I'd say to that is pricing here really depends on the number of data points we have, right? If we have the right data, I'm sure we can price a product for a person, for a customer, the proper way, okay? So data has been an issue Africa-wide. I think it's only very few countries across the globe who have the right data to price a product correctly. I think the lack of it is an issue. Secondly, yes, there is usage of the predictive models, the AI, to help us use the limited data that we have to assess the risk of a particular individual, right? As of now, its usage is not so prevalent compared to other countries in the Europe and the like, and India. But I believe that as actuaries in Zamara and across the East African and African region, we're starting to adopt these technologies as we learn more and more about them, and as we get more and more data from the insurances that are possibly already there. And microinsurance is a very new space, I think, for the African region. I think over time is where we'll be able to build the right models, have the right pricing, and cater for every individual person rather than a group, right? So I think it's a journey that we're in. As far as closing remarks are concerned, I think the one thing that I really want to point out, for the fintechs that are out here doing amazing work with innovation, I think my approach to product design is have a customer-led approach, a human-centric approach that really empathizes with the individual. I think it's important to understand their behaviors, their spending and income levels and habits of usage in digital before you go out there and sell something, right? I think it's more about you understanding the customer, sitting down with them, engaging them as you build your products. I think that's what I want to say to all the people around here. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks. Ted, you can go ahead with your closing comments.
Sure, thanks. I'll just reiterate one point that was made by a gentleman in the back there I loved a lot. Throw out the book on insurance as you understand it today. If you're from the insurance industry, I'm sorry, ignore what you know and start over. The comment made by the gentleman in the back around understanding how people currently insure their lives and joining them where they are, I think is really critical for designing the right kinds of products for people. Because I think Africa in some ways is the most insured market in the world because of the way that people view resources and share resources communally. If you compare that to where I'm from in the States, like I can't even talk to my parents about money, right? This is not, we don't share resources in the same way in the US that people do on this continent. So leaning into that and saying, okay, how can we be a part of the Harambe? How can we be a part of the ecosystem? I think is really critical for designing products in the right way.
Okay, thank you. Brian?
Right, thank you. Quickly to your question, if your premiums are heavily prescribed by your regulator, maybe the room to play you have is on risk management. And that's what I've seen, right? Where can you play from a risk management point of view to be able to lower the risk on the products such that you're able to maintain and sustain your prescribed premiums? On my remarks is basically focus on transformation, the bottom line will follow. If any one of us here has played Super Mario, there is something called the Big Mario effect from a marketing point of view. I would urge you to look at it separately, but it basically says every customer wants to feel like Super Mario when he takes the star. Any of us here who's played the Super Mario game knows that. But if you look at Big Mario marketing, it's how do you empower your customers with these products that you have such that they feel like Supermen or Superwomen. So transformation, focus on transformation, the numbers will follow. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brian, Ted, Arth, and the audience for the very interesting discussion. This is not a discussion we can have and conclude in 1 hour. And actually, it should not be concluded because this is transformative. It is growth. So it's always going to be changing all the time. I think the key takeaways from this discussion is that, number one, you need to fire the lazy partner. You have to. But ideally, you need to make sure that you, in the innovation journey, create value for the customer, and they are going to be there working with you as you grow, as you innovate to get to the next step. And then I think I'll also pick from what was mentioned. You need to make sure that look at what is working for the customer and think of how you can complement that. Then you're going to be touching that customer. Otherwise, thank you very much. I think this is a discussion we can continue interacting and chatting in this and any other forums, just to make sure we get it right and we get it better every time we do it. So thanks so much. It was nice moderating this, and back to you, Laura.
Thank you. Check. Thank you very much. You can just place your microphones on the seat and then exit stage left.
Asante sana. Congratulations. You've done well. Lunch on me, okay? Lunch on
Fire
me.
the lazy partners.
Yes, definitely.
That is my takeaway from that panel.
Right.
It seems very emotive because in the line of innovation, there's so many different things that have been introduced here, like throw the playbook.
Yeah.
And I think it was also interesting, the comments from the audience, looking at the different scenarios in Malawi, in North Africa, no, in Ethiopia.
Yeah.
So I think that was a really good panel.
Very, very. You've been told everything you know about insurance? Forget about it, okay? Yeah, so look at your neighbor, tell them, abracadabra, forget about everything insurance, because you're rethinking everything at the end of the day and doing it in a better way to serve the people at the end of the day. Wow. So, Laura, people have been seated over the past 40 minutes, 50 minutes.
Just over that. Just
Yeah.
more than an hour.
Yeah. So, I can see that. Thank you very much. Just do one thing, okay? Just rise up. Just rise up wherever you are. Just wherever you are. Just rise up. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. I know some of us take this moment to respond to our WhatsApp messages and whatnot. It's fine. Okay, rise up. Rise up. Okay. Raise your right hand like this. And repeat after me, okay? Repeat after me. I. Then you say your name. My name, you see? Pre-lunch madness, okay? I. Your name. Okay, we need to pray for this section of the summit. Okay, let's try it again. I. No Kipkemboi. Do here swear by that in the next session I will not sleep, I'll not doze. As much as I'm a dreamer, my eyes will be wide open. And also, I'll look at my neighbor and wake them up. So help me God. Thank you very much. You've just taken an oath. You can have your seats right now. Laura, let's hope people keep their oath.
We need to act with speed, yeah? Next up, we don't have a panel, we have a fireside chat. And we expect a very fiery conversation because we're talking about money. I mean, we have been talking about money, but this is another aspect, another angle to things. We're looking at capital with purpose. And we'll be introducing something called the 3IF Fund and looking at the rise of African InsurTech innovation.
Yes. And it's quite interesting because it's a collaboration when you talk about FSD Africa Investments, and ZEPRI. Now they want to explore the issue about capital, but not only any type of capital. We are talking about patient capital. How can you be able to create patient capital, impact capital that can accelerate what we're doing here? BimaLab's mission to empower innovators and close Africa's protection gap. And we have quite experienced gentlemen and
lady
here.
Lady.
Which
I think
is beautiful.
Let's introduce the lady first.
Definitely.
Can we please have May Yego on stage? She's a manager of investments at FSD Africa Investments. Karibu sana May. Please have a seat here.
Appreciate May. Come on. Up next, the gentleman that you've heard his name time and again. It has several iterations to it, but we'll stick to the original. When he was born, the parents decided that his name will be Elias Omondi. Let's appreciate Elias, Principal Innovation and Resilience at FSD Africa. All right, there we go.
And last but not least, Mr. Alexio Manyonde. We have you sitting in the middle, so you have the opportunity to hog the mic, please. Answer all the questions of all sides. So one more round of applause as we kick off this panel. Thank you.
Right. Good afternoon. Right, this will be quite easy because when we talk about money, it's usually the shortest discussion whereby you're asked, do you have money? You say yes, or do you have money? You say no, then the discussion ends. I'm privileged to have two exciting people in this panel. And generally, the purpose of BimaLab was to really enable InsurTechs across Africa to kind of go through what we call not dying in the valley of death. So what we've been doing over the past 6 years is trying to build what we call focused technical capacity, but also over the couple of years we've been thinking about how then we set up a fund that will enable these investments towards InsurTechs across the continent. So I'll be discussing a couple of questions, and we are honored to set up, I would say, the first InsurTech fund across Africa as BimaLab, really to kind of put our money where our mouth is. You know, that has been a question you've been taking a number of courts through the program. We've also managed to enable, over the last 6 years, the teams that have been participating in BimaLab to raise $30 million over the last 6 years. And now we are setting up a 3I fund that will really provide equity investment capital. And they'll be talking about all of that, including some technical grants to the InsurTechs. Now, I'll start with you, May, because, you know, we started this discussion, I think, a year ago, when we kind of had seen traction and had seen that already InsurTechs could really get some capital. So I want to ask you, why was this important? Because, you know, you always came and asked, Elias, why are you talking about setting up a fund? Why is it really important? What is there in insurance? But I want you to tell us, why is this important to set up a fund like 3I Fund that, you know, we've already managed to put up?
Thank you. As mentioned, May Yego, an investment manager in the investments team of FSD Africa. And as Elias said, you know, when we started talking about insurance, we were saying, as FSD, what is our role in the financing of the insurance space? And we realized there's a huge funding gap. So I went quickly and looked at the statistics. It says in 2023, insurance sector in Africa only raised 30 million, which I think a lot of it could be attributed to the work BimaLab is doing. But that amount is consistently decreasing. So then we embarked on trying to understand, why is there a funding gap? Why are we not seeing more investors investing in the space? One of the areas that came out was what we call internally the tollgate challenge, is the lack of available early stage patient risk-taking capital that allows innovative insurance companies and insurtechs to test out their products, build a minimum viable product, validate the market, but then subsequently follow on that and allow them to scale. And then the other area we realize is the investors themselves who are looking at the space. Your traditional VC were mainly focused on very traditional fintech, and the others, impact investors or other types of investors, were a bit averse to invest in the space due to the lack of the sector expertise that is needed, the lack of limited track record around how companies scales and how you exit them, and the regulatory complexity that came along with that. And therefore we thought, setting up a specific dedicated intermediary or fund that was looking at the insurance space will help address these issues, because they would have the knowledge needed to invest. With our partnership with ZEPRI, they would also be able to have the strategic partnerships address the regulatory issues, but also demonstrate how insurance can be invested in and scaled.
Fantastic. Now, Alexio, why is it important for ZEPRI as a strategic, first time, to kind of bring in the first time investment into the 3IF fund? Ideally, 3IF stands for Inclusive Innovative Insurance Fund. So why was it important for ZEPRI to come in as a strategic investor in this fund?
Thank you. I think for us, it was quite an easy sell when it came to us, when the idea came, because it is very much in line with the mandate that ZEPRI has got and the objectives that ZEPRI has got. So ZEPRI was given the mandate to develop insurance at the inception of ZEPRI. And over the years, we found that technology is one of the ways that you can develop insurance. At the COMESA heads of state, they also gave us the mandate to be the agency that does inclusive insurance. So that, again, came as the next word. And then we then said, from the board perspective, what is it that can be done to be able to get more innovation, to be able to support the innovation that comes through? And we then realized that money or cash is one of the challenges that the companies have. And out of that, the board then gave us authority or gave us ideas to say, please go ahead and find some ways of investing into these companies. And this is that opportunity that then comes that enables us to be able to do the investment that we are looking for, that actually then grows the insurance industry and meets the development as well as the inclusivity objectives that came through from our board.
Right, let me come back to you, May. What do we hope to achieve? We talked about this, it's now a reality. What are our intention? What are we achieving as FSD Africa and also as the investment team in FSD Africa?
Immediately, the first thing we achieve is we are creating a continuum of capital and support to the insurtech space, because we see a lot of innovation and companies coming out and growing in the space. And so BimaLab and ZEPRI with the venture studios are working on the regulatory aspects, on the capacity building. With this fund, we then hope to bring in the investment capital. So then you have a full, package of services that then supports the insurtech companies and the ecosystem from validation, formation, up to scaling and maturity. And some of the tangible numbers is that we hope to support, a minimum of 15 companies with various pools of capital, including investment capital, additional technical assistance, and strategic partnerships. We hope to mobilize an additional, on top of our existing capital with as a pre-20 million, which we'll be funding into 3IF that is just dedicated for insurance in Africa. That is a significant amount given what we know has been achieved in the recent years. And then from a market development perspective, we hope that this fund will be able to provide access to the insurance, especially to the vulnerable communities or those that are being excluded from the space, to about 9 million individuals. That is quite a significant number and big significant movement. And then at least create 20,000 jobs that in this sector.
Fantastic. Yeah, so already we have the numbers that we are targeting. There's already capital that has already been committed. We are still pulling in more capital. That kind of shows that there's a clear intention of change. Maybe to come to ZEPRI, you know, this is an investment that you guys are putting in. What are you expecting in return, other than just supporting innovators and kind of growing the market? From a strategic perspective, as also an entity that is building reinsurance solutions across the continent, what value are you guys seeing out of this type of a fund that you've invested in?
So I think the first one that we're looking at is impact, right? We're looking for innovations that will then go and create impact, impact on the coverage of insurance, impact on growing resilience, impact on closing the protection gap. So those are the kind of solutions that we're looking for, and we're looking to be able to see that. The second one, in line with the mandate as well, we're looking to actually see growth that comes through the new insurance technologies, through the insurance companies that actually grow, and we actually see the gross premium that is then coming through out of it. The third one that we're looking for is we want to be the catalyst. We see this as a beginning of more things to come. We want to be the catalyst that brings in more investments and more capital into this space. We want to see more either insurers, capital holders to be able to look at how can they, if they see the success, if they see the confidence that we've got at the beginning, how can we bring more so that they can still get additional returns? If we were to get one of the first ones, like I said, asking the question, will we get the first or the next unicorn out of this room? That will be success for us. That will be something that will have brought return.
Right. Let me get to the last question. And there's such a good story about BimaLab, because when we started BimaLab, we started at the regulator's desk. That time I used to work at IRA. And I remembered I went to ZEPRI's office and I met Alex that, you know, there's this idea that we need to push. Now, as we say, destiny will always get you to come back together. Now we are back together, whereby we are putting our monies together. So these are some of the interesting things around BimaLab. Now, what is the call to action? May, what is the call to action to investors, insurance companies, and also to the insurtechs?
Yeah, I think to three groups was my call to action. One is all the great businesses we've been speaking about the last 2 days, is bringing those ideas to the 3IF fund and seeing how we can partner with you, because we are only going to be successful if we are going to be able to demonstrate that they are viable businesses that are able to scale and make returns while also addressing the insurance protection gap. The second area will be for investors, those that can deploy capital into funds like ourselves. We have come in to anchor and demonstrate how a facility like this could operate and how it could be effective in the market. So even as we've only provided anchor capital, we need others to come alongside with us to close the fund and get them to final close. And then the third is, a critical component in this sector is strategic partnerships for access, for distribution, for market. So other strategic partners who may not be investing in the fund, may not be insurance companies themselves, but provide us with pathways and avenues to enable the insurance space and the companies operating within it to grow and scale.
Right. The same question to you, Alexio. And maybe you can specifically talk to the other insurers and insurers.
Yeah, I think I would have two asks of our friends in the insurance industry. We always say in the insurance space, we do not compete because we want to be protecting. Because sometimes if you're too greedy, you take one big risk and that's the risk that drops you down, right? So when we're looking for from other insurance partners, from other insurance companies, is to see the faith that we've got in the growth of the African insurance market. The regulator gave us a challenge yesterday. We have to find other classes of new business that we are looking for. So we're saying, come in and partner. Think of either you are partnering with the technical companies, the insurtechs, to be able to grow in order to be able to build the solution, or come and be the investor, come and be able to build this pot so that we can be able to spread and make it much bigger, and we can be able to make a much bigger difference. And we've said it before, we cannot be able to do this small groups. We have to do it together. We have to do it by pooling our resources. But that is my ask from the other insurers and insurance companies in Africa.
Right, there we go. We officially now launch the 3IF Fund, Inclusive Innovative Insurance Fund. Thank you very much and all the best to all our insurtechs and insurtechs across Africa. Thank you.
Okay. Asante sana. That was an official launch right there. And Lash, I know it's been a long day. To you too. I'm going to call you back shortly. So I just give you time to settle in kidogo, then come back. All right? And thank you, sir. Did you get your pen? Ah, beautiful. So, thank you very much. Okay. Laura? What do you think of the fund?
When you hear fund, you always try to think of a way to tap in, to see if you have the necessary skills to be a part of this beautiful fund that has been launched.
I know. Sometimes you hear there is a launch of a fund, then the Nigerian song comes up.
Which one?
Chop my money. Chop my... Yeah, but the thing is not chopping money, but making sure that we are having a proper backing, because it takes funding to be able to scale beautiful and life-changing ideas at the end of the day.
That is true. That is true.
Wow.
So I think before we invite Elias back on stage, I'd like to pick your brain a little bit as the audience. Recently, I was told a story where there was a hospital in Wales, and that hospital, they would have very successful surgeries, but the moment the newborn babies, because it was a maternity hospital, the moment the newborn babies were moved from the surgery room, the operating theater, into the wards, they would die. And so they were trying to figure out what is the problem here. So one of the doctors, the high-level doctors in the hospital, was watching Formula one weekend, and he started watching the pit stop and looking at how they were changing tires so quickly. And he decided, okay, maybe there's something that this hospital in Cardiff can learn from these Formula One guys. So they called them in. They called them in and they looked at their processes and they came up with a plan. And because of that interaction, they were able to save, I don't remember the exact number, but they reduced mortality by about 50%. So can you imagine how many ideas are available in this place, how many people working in different sectors, and the ideas that you can get to actually leapfrog whatever it is you're doing. So just know that inspiration, especially innovation, can come from anywhere.
Definitely. That's beautiful. So the person sitting next to you, ask them, do you watch Formula One, by the way? What sports do you consume? Or you are a serious insurance guy? We don't have time to waste to watch sports. We are not doing that here. Yeah. Life is all about balance, and I think it's very important, even as we talk about innovation. Also, get that balance out your life, so that as you build life-changing innovation for the continent of Africa, you're not living generational trauma in your family, you know, because you're not seeing your son or your daughter for a long time. So let us ensure that we have that particular balance, which will be incredible.
And I think I believe there's something very innovative that Elias is going to introduce to the audience next.
I know. So are we ready to introduce him again?
Yes.
So ladies and gentlemen, for what time? For the, how many times? 16th time. Please put your hands together and welcome Elias Omondi.
Right. I used to watch football. Then Manchester United happened to me. I decided to go back to watch swimming. That only happens at the Olympics. So you can imagine I haven't been watching my TV for quite a while. Right. So we want to really take you to what we're going to launch. And it's basically the BimaLab Africa platform that will give you an idea of what we are doing as a program. So if you can take me just straight to the website. Now, this is the BimaLab platform, and if you can look at the screen, it will give you an idea what we've been doing over the last 6 years. And this is where, if you are looking to join BimaLab, you can basically get to join. So if you can get to what actions that we are looking forward to receive next year. So it kind of have 4 pipelines that we've been building. So there is a climate angle. So if you're a climate startup or an agri startup, you can just click on that and be able to join the platform. We are building for the SMEs, we are building for health, and also we are building for women. Right. So maybe just to take you quickly through different stakeholders that we are also putting together. You can join BimaLab as a startup. You can join BimaLab as an insurance company or a provider. So it's not only closed for innovators. You can join, you can access, you can have access to all InsurTechs that we've supported, the 135, and you can see all the solutions in there. You can interact with the regulators across Africa by clicking on regulators and policymakers. So far, we've supported 20 regulators. So if you want direct access to them, you can be able to get them. The funders, we are launching the 3i fund. So you'll be able to get access to that fund, including other impact investors that will be joining that ecosystem. We are also working with tech hubs. We are working with ecosystem partners. So if you run a hub, then you have an opportunity also to have access to BimaLab. Then the people that are in academia and think tanks that are looking into policies and developing research papers, then you also have an opportunity to be part of the BimaLab ecosystem. Now, this is what we do. It's a model built for Africa to solve African challenges. So not only just looking at the InsurTech acceleration, then we are looking into issues of fundraising, regulatory engagement, ecosystem building, investor readiness, but also importantly, getting an opportunity to interact with knowledge across Africa. So maybe if you can just scroll to the last, you can ideally get a bit of our case studies, our impact studies, what has been happening, and you can also directly connect to the cohort by just clicking on their, on their logos, and you can really get to know what they're doing. Importantly, all the InsurTech startups that have gone through this ecosystem have an inbuilt functionality that you can have a direct access to them and have a call, set up a meeting, and even set up a conversation with them at the click of your comfort in the office. So thank you, and that is our BimaLab platform that we are officially launching for the year 2026. For those guys that are looking into joining BimaLab, this is where to go. This is how then you can get access to us. Thank you very much. Maybe also you can join us on LinkedIn. So you just click to check on our website and also follow us on LinkedIn. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, Elias. That's beautiful. I've just Googled on my browser, bimalab.org. And I see the user interface looks really nice, colorful. I can see the BimaLab colors. Case studies, our impact so far, 100 plus startups accelerating innovation, 4 million plus customers benefiting from solutions, 45 key partnerships formed, over 150 products and services developed, over $30 million direct startup funding secured, and over 15 regulators shaping a supportive ecosystem. Indeed, this is what we call impact.
Yes, it is. And like, I think we had a discussion earlier today, and we were talking about all the amazing startups that have come together and trying to change the face of insurance. And for you to actually interact with this information, you have to be extremely intentional. You have to actually tell yourself that, hey, I want to know what is happening in this industry, and actually take time to dive in and get this information. And now this information is in one place.
Definitely. So make sure that you visit, share, as we've been shown here. We have LinkedIn right there. The website is right there. Just scan this, and I believe that you will have a good opportunity, because I know some of us here have very amazing products that we hope to be part of the accelerator. This is your opportunity also to walk to Elias and book a time with him on how you can be onboarded if at all your idea is really good. So make sure that we engage. I see it's 1:45.
It's 1:45.
Wow, wow,
So
wow.
for once, we're early.
Wow. 1:45. So we're about to.
You're looking
go
for a
lunch.
game, eh? You're looking for people to do something before lunchtime?
No.
I can see it on your face, Noah.
They look pissed, man. They're like, no more games here. Yeah? No more games. But it's fine. It's fine. We're about to have lunch.
Yes.
What should we be expecting after lunch?
So after lunch, we're going to, if you see somebody next to you who has a sash, we're going to celebrate anybody who has a sash after lunch.
Okay.
And then after we do that, we'll have a brief look at the breakout sessions.
Okay.
So we'll have the different startups moderating the breakout sessions. And as we had the different themes yesterday, there's health, insurance, innovation. There is agri and climate resilience solutions. There's MSME and informal worker protection, digital platforms and embedded solutions. But I'll be able to tell you which rooms each of these breakout sessions is going to be in.
Definitely. And, we are speaking about BimaLab Africa Accelerator.
Yeah.
Accelerator is to make sure that things are accelerating. Yeah.
Yes.
And right now, I've just gotten an acceleration to the program. tell your neighbor acceleration to the program. So these particular breakouts, we're actually doing them before lunch.
Oh, we're doing them before lunch?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
That is the beauty of being in an accelerator. Yeah. And
a beauty of innovating on stage.
definitely,
As well. There
that's
we
a
go.
beautiful thing. So I don't know how we are breaking. I know you had broken it down very nicely.
So in room 1, which is to my right, it's going to be health insurance innovation.
Okay.
To my right. To my left, which is room 2, we'll have agri and climate resilience solutions.
Okay.
And then upstairs is where we have rooms 3 and 4. Room 3 will have MSME and informal worker protection.
Okay.
And room 4 will have digital platforms and embedded solutions.
Definitely.
Yes.
Okay.
So it's going to be half an hour.
Yes.
Half an hour.
Let's do half an hour.
Oh, there's a bit of a change. So there's been a swap between breakout room 2 and breakout room 4. So breakout room 2 will have digital platforms and embedded solutions. And breakout room 4 will have agriculture and climate. So please have a look at the stage, look at the screen on stage,
Okay.
and see exactly which breakout room you would like to go to.
Definitely. Very, very important. Even as we go on a break, let's be on our feet, please. Let's be on our feet. If at all you have an iPad with a pen, just make sure that you have your pen. Do you have your pen, sir? Beautiful. I don't want people losing anything. So at this particular moment, this is the breakouts that we have. Hold somebody's hand. And even as you hold somebody's hand, go to your respective breakout rooms, and let's hope that you enjoy over the next, hopefully 45 minutes. Then we convene for lunch.
Actually, it's going to be 30 minutes.
Oh, 30.
So food will be served at 2:30.
2:30.
Meaning that the breakout sessions will take exactly 30 minutes.
Okay.
Asanteni sana. Enjoy.
Beautiful. Let's enjoy our breakouts. After lunch, we have a graduation ceremony. You don't want to miss that. I'll sponsor the cake.
Over the past
and services, bringing insurance closer to underserved communities, formed 45 plus strategic partnerships with insurers, reinsurers, regulators, and investors. secured $30 million in direct startup funding, enabling ventures to scale and deliver impact, collaborated with over 15 regulatory bodies, paving the way for sandboxes and responsive frameworks that foster innovation. At the heart of BimaLab is our unique dual focus on startups and regulators. By engaging policymakers alongside entrepreneurs, we ensure that innovation thrives in environments built on trust, resilience, and inclusivity.
Basically, we target people that ordinarily cannot afford insurance, and we do tailor-make the products for them so that they address the needs that they're facing on a day-to-day basis.
Our ventures are scaling across borders, integrating solutions in climate and agriculture, health, SME protection, cybersecurity, and gender-responsive insurance.
Gender is really an important consideration when it comes to insurance. So we really have to design bearing in mind how women and men interact.
From Kenya to Nigeria, Kigali, Ethiopia, Kampala, South Africa, Morocco to Zambia, founders are proving that Africa's insurtech industry is vibrant, diverse, and unstoppable. Inclusivity remains our cornerstone. So far, nearly half of our ventures were led by women, a reflection of our commitment to gender diversity.
So for me, I'm very happy that BimaLab has been part of supporting insurtechs, but importantly also regulators that have been put in this space to better understand these insurtechs when they come in the industries.
We've integrated gender-responsive content, supported women founders with specialized coaching, and celebrated innovations designed for women customers, driving a more equitable future in InsurTech.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's about growth. Growth of Uganda's economy, growth of people's incomes, and it has to be underpinned by growth across key enabling sectors. And insurance, as we have heard, is one of those enabling sectors.
And so being able to understand what problems we're solving, for who we're solving that problem for, and ultimately what the solution is. That's what our startups are doing.
There's been an excitement for digital transformation, an excitement to enhance customer experience, an excitement to tap into the untapped, improve lives through insurance.
The 2025 cohort has set new benchmarks with 35 startups from 20 countries delivering cutting-edge solutions. Their impact spans industries, bringing insurance to the last mile and fostering trust in underserved communities.
Make sure that the solution that you're bringing in is market ready, and then comply with integrity checks. Also have clear and operational plans in place.
And with the government commitment, the regulatory commitment, and a thriving innovation ecosystem, then actually we are going to see the change that this market really desires.
We celebrate not just what we've achieved, but the countless lives transformed by the power of innovation. BimaLab Africa remains committed to catalyzing change. Together with our partners, startups, and regulators, we are building an inclusive, sustainable future for insurance in Africa. Here's to innovation. Here's to impact. Here's to the next chapter of BimaLab Africa.
Turaco started in 2019. Founded with the mission of freeing people from the fear of financial shocks with a vision of insuring 1 billion people. Since our founding, we've grown our presence across 4 African markets: Kenya, Uganda, Nigeria, and Ghana. insuring over 2.5 million customers. We have been a disruptor in the market, showing that increasing insurance access through technology-enabled embedded insurance is possible. We believe this is the most effective way to get people insured. But we have a long way to go. Despite Kenya's expanding economy, the majority of Kenyans are still uninsured, leaving them vulnerable to financial shocks from health emergencies and other unexpected events, pushing them further into poverty. At Turaco, we believe that no one should have to make the impossible choice between healthcare and their livelihood. To address this gap, customers need simple and affordable products. They need easy access, and they need fast claims payout. Turaco was built to address these needs. We work to design products that target the key risks mass market customers face, keeping products affordable with policies starting at just 50 shillings per month. By making sure the T&Cs are simple enough to fit on 3 SMS messages, even first-time insurance customers can understand their policy and what is covered. We make it very easy to sign up. Integrating with our distribution partner systems via API, customers can access insurance through a simple touch of a button. We process and facilitate the payment of claims in less than 3 days and enable customers to manage the entire claims process via WhatsApp. Leveraging our fraud scoring algorithm, the majority of claims are paid within just hours, building customer trust in insurance and the insurance industry. From our humble beginnings as an insurance agency in the market, underwriting is our next big milestone on the path to 1 billion lives insured. Today, we celebrate a monumental achievement, becoming Kenya's first InsurTech to acquire an underwriting license. Join us as the story continues.
the switch owner, how do I hold you accountable for your lack of investment in what we are meant to be doing together?
My name is Sarathi Srinivas. I'm the head of growth for WRMS, which is Weather Risk Management Services. We're a company that is now live in over 30 countries across the globe. Just wrapped up an interesting conversation with the One Acre Fund team here in Zambia. And so for me, that takeaway is, look at a similar, maybe slightly slower burn process in terms of starting off with farmers, but build something that is well rooted and sustains for the long run. So yeah, very useful insights, and glad to have been a part of this program.
I'm Derek Awumi, the co-founder and CEO of Agricom Assurance. We sell insurance to smallholder farmers. One of our key expectations from the partnerships that we are hoping to close between Agricom and then One Acre Fund is to be able to pilot our solutions, our tech solutions, and also our insurance solutions to try and actively move insurance from just paying claims and compensations to putting in place mitigation strategies to be able to help our farmers anticipate and protect them from the risk that we are insuring them against.
One of the things that we have really liked during this market immersion is that the companies represented within the market immersions can test real life solutions, can identify their value propositions or validate their value propositions, and the visiting company or the hosting company then can ask questions about how these organizations seek to reach people at the grassroots levels. So the InsurTechs have had a chance to ask questions.
Hi, my name is Tawanda Jonathan Shawedu. I found that to be very rich and a very rare point of exposure and learning for my company, which I am glad today. And I'm looking forward to growing from where we are today to the next giant in Africa InsurTech space.
Okay, so having an opportunity to talk to the ventures themselves under BimaLab, it's given us a perspective as Vinofan in terms of what to look out for when it comes to product design, and just learning and hearing from them and what they do and how they are making an impact in their spaces also makes us realize that there's more that is yet to be done under the insurance space, the macro insurance space in Zambia in particular, and just how we can position ourselves.
My name is Monica Bondo. I work at Prudential Life Insurance, and I'm the head of bancassurance and alternative distribution. My biggest takeaway in the session is that as African countries, we have similar problems and similar successes. So the biggest takeaway for me has been that we can learn from each other, and if we collaborate, we can actually find bigger solutions for life insurance and insurance in general.
If anything, I hope we can all leave here with context, new insights, and future collaboration opportunities. This is only going to become even more important as climate shifts and becomes more erratic, and smallholder farmers bear the brunt of these climatic events. Insurance will only become ever more important.
Two, 5, 4. Jina ni cash. Game changer imekam Zidi Money Market Fund powered by M-Pesa. Sasa you can grow your money ndani ya M-Pesa app. It is so straightforward, na kusign up ni one tap. Wale wakabambe pia nyinyi mnaweza access Zidi Money Market Fund. Dial *334#, chagua financial services, choose Zidi, accept terms and conditions, enter your M-Pesa pin, and just like that, umesha sign up. Kuinvest ni rahisi. Go to financial services, choose Zidi, select invest, enter the amount and the pin. You'll get a confirmation message showing you've invested successfully. Usingoje ikuwe trend.
Grow your money daily with Zidi Money Market Fund, powered by M-Pesa. Opt in on your M-Pesa app or dial *334# today. Terms and conditions apply. Zidi.
We're on a journey to transform the insurance industry in Africa, to see the type of solutions developed that the continent needs, African solutions developed here on the continent that really provide the type of resilient solutions that our people need.
BimaLab Africa exemplifies this partnership in action. Many of you may not know this, but the British High Commission has been involved with BimaLab almost from the start, with the UK Kenya Tech Hub partnering with the FSD Africa and the IRA for the very first cohort.
Kenya is deliberately positioning itself to be the home of startups, the home of innovation, and the home of technology on the African continent.
For over 30 years, millions across Africa have built on our expertise and wisdom, quietly, confidently, safely. They've built lives, businesses, futures, legacies. We at Zamara are honored to design with you a future of success, building with tailor-made actuary design services. From the first step after a setback to confident steps of growth and prosperity across the world. Data, wisdom, experience, passion, the ingredients of a well-designed tomorrow. Let's design your tomorrow today. Zamara, powering prosperity.
ladies and gentlemen. I can tell you can hear me. Let us start coming back to the hall. Tafadhali. Let's start coming back to the hall so that we start our afternoon and final session. Ladies and gentlemen, a kind request that we start coming back into the hall. We begin our last session. We should be seated in the next 5 to 7 minutes. So if at all you're having your lunch, still having your lunch, please just finish it up. Come into the hall. We should be seated in the next 5 to 7 minutes to begin the next part of our program, which is the grand finale of BimaLab Africa InsurTech Summit 2025. Let us start trickling back into the hall so that we can begin our afternoon and final session. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Tafadhali, kindly let us start coming back into the hall, please. We're about to begin our Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I kindly request, let us get back into the hall. We are about to begin our afternoon and final session of the BimaLab Africa InsurTech Summit 2025. So if at all you're still having your meal, let's finish it up so that we can start our afternoon session in the next 5 or so minutes. Let us wrap it up. Tafadhali, asante sana. And if at all you've lost your phone, a Vivo phone, kindly come for it. The owner of the Vivo phone is not yet here. Is it yours? Very good phone. Sleek. Very Gen Z-like. Let's get back into the hall so that we begin our session in the next 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Let us wrap up our lunch in the next 5 minutes. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're making your way back. We'd like to start in exactly 2 minutes. If you're winding up your lunch, please come into the main hall. We need everybody in when we make these announcements. And if you see something flying over you, it's just the drone, the resident drone. Do not be worried. If you're an usher on the outside dining area, please assist in bringing our guests back into the main room. Asante Sana will appreciate it if you make your way back.
All right, let's come into the hall, Tafadhali. Kindly let us come into the hall. We are behind actually time. So let us reconvene into the hall. Kindly. This is a humble request. I know some of our stories have really held. A direct translation here, stories zimeshika. So kindly let us reconvene into the hall, please. We want to finish up so that we allow you also to go and do other things once we wrap up with the summit. But for now, let us come back into the hall. I'm looking at some of you. You're not feeling even guilty at all. And it's fine. You're just avoiding eye contact. That table. Look at you. All right, let's come back into the hall so that we begin our next session, please. Asante Sana. Thank you very much. Some of you are just showing me your back. It's fine. At least when I follow you on your social medias, I know how you look from the back. Asante Sana. Thank you very much, sir. Let us come back into the hall. Tafadhali, please. Let us come back into the hall. I appreciate you for keeping time. Asante Sana. Thank you. I see some of you almost done with the conversation. But when you think you've just finished, somebody starts another story. Tell them, hold on. Yeah? Now I'm being encouraged to now move to the next level of aggression. Asante Sana. Gentlemen, tunaingia. Tafadhali, ya? Asante Sana. Beautiful people, I can see you. Let's go back into the hall, Tafadhali. Hello, sir. You're going back to the hall? I see you. What's your venture?
I don't have a venture. I'm just a regulator.
Oh, we're going to be awarding you, actually.
Oh, so it's time.
Yeah, it's time, imagine. Thank you. Have you guys enjoyed your lunch? Have you tried a new cuisine on the menu, or is it the normal one? Because some of us just go for chapo and some meat and we're good. But I've seen some green Indian food. You haven't had that one? You should have tried it. It's one of the best. Okay. So at this particular moment, even as we begin our next session, I'd like us to do one thing. Okay. This is the last thing I'm asking you to do while standing. Okay. Is that fine? All right. Let us stand up, please. Thank you very much. And those of us with this, make sure that the name is being seen. Okay. What's the name of this?
A sash.
Sash.
The
Okay.
sash.
You just know sachets. Bad coffee. Okay. There you go. Can we all be upstanding, please? Wherever we are, let's be upstanding just for a minute. Okay, a minute is long. For a few seconds. You're also standing, yeah? Okay. All right. Are you standing wherever you are? First of all, just clap for the people who are still sitting at the eating area, because we are waiting for them. Let us clap for them even as they consider us that we are waiting for them. All right. Thank you very much. I hope they have felt enough guilt to come in. All right. That is one. Secondly, I'd like us to do one activity. All right. I'd like us to do one activity. I'd like us to have instructions. So I want you to be in groups of one, yeah? I told you, sometimes the confidence we get after we are full, yeah? It's like, I can be a group in of myself, okay? So quickly, let us be in groups of 4. Just in groups of 4, Just get 4 people. Get 4 people. And if you're in a group of yourself, ask yourself, you can join there. We have a group of 4. Okay. Are we in groups of 4? Oh, you guys are seated in 4s. You guys are standing in 4. There's a gentleman. Oh, the gender balance. Okay. So these are groups of 4. Okay. In the spirit of gender balance, yeah? Make sure that in your groups of 4, there is at least a representation. You see this testosterone here? Get somebody. So trade people, make sure that there is a representation. Okay. Let's see. You still have to be in groups of 4. So you have to lose somebody. Okay. I see that. You guys you're feeling well balanced. 2 ladies, 2 gentlemen, yeah? Okay. There we go. Let me see. Gentlemen. Where is the lady here? But we have to be 4. There's somebody gallivanting here that shouldn't be here. Okay. Let me see. There is a lady there. Very serious group there. Okay. These guys are 4 already. You guys are 3, yeah? Yeah. You have a virtual woman joining you here, yeah? Yes. So Old Mutual, they're offering Thrive, deals with mental health issues. Yeah, but we'll talk about that later. Okay? So in those groups of 4, okay? Just make sure that you face each other. At least I want to ask you one question in those groups of 4. Okay? I'd like you guys to share in those groups of 4 your favorite movie and why it's your favorite movie. You read books. You don't watch TV. You guys don't do movies. Favorite song is better. Okay, let's do favorite song. Oh, you don't listen to music. You read books. Yes, this guy doesn't listen to music. He's all about books and books. Definitely. So share amongst the 4 of you and why classic music, Mozart, is your favorite song. Hey, this guy, next time I speak to somebody with glasses, I'll be careful. Okay, share your favorite music and why it's your favorite music. Guys, talk. Come on. You guys even don't listen to music. Ah! Simonge. Okay. Do movie or music, whichever works. Okay. Aha. Okay. So some people are still doing movies, others were doing music. I see that. Ah. I see that. Aha, beautiful. You guys are just looking at each other. So those who've come in, the question is share with the people. We're in groups of 4. Either your favorite movie or your favorite music and why it is your favorite music or movie. Yes. Mr. Group of 1. All right, if you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. If you can hear me, say shh. Aha. So in those groups, have you gotten like, this I never expected, either movie or music? Like somebody is just listening some music from Mars. Any shocker that you've gotten? Any shocker? Oh, there's one here. Uh-huh. What shocker? What does it listen to?
From 1980, that is his 90s, that is his favorite movie. I mean, that's long time ago. It said vintage.
1990 is vintage, yeah? Yeah. So, if you thought you were young, if you are born 70, now you're an ancestor. What's the name of the movie?
Dirty Dancing.
Naughty, naughty. Very naughty. Dirty Dancing. Is it an Indian film? Dirty Dancing. No, I watch clean films. That's amazing. That's good. Any other shocker? Any other shocker? Right here. Mr. Mossad. Oh, okay.
We agree that it's Three Idiots, an Indian movie.
Oh, how many people have watched 3 Idiots? So we have more than 3 idiots. Oh, 3 Idiots. Okay, which song? Okay, finish this song if you watched 3 Idiots. Doobie 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 doobie. Doobie doobie. You are in a serious forum and you're saying doobie 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 pampara. Okay, 3 Idiots, that's a shocker. But by the way, it's good film. Indian film. Any other shocker? The last one? People at the back, you are the serious ones. This is where we expect to hear Franco, some Lingala album. Talk to us. What was interesting in this group?
When I said my favorite song is Jambowana, they said they have not heard about it.
You guys haven't heard the song Jambo Bwana? Oh, it's for tourists. So you're not a tourist, you are local. Okay, that's very interesting. Who sang that particular song?
I don't remember the artist, but when I was climbing Kilimanjaro, I was singing this all along. So that's how I know.
Okay, ask your neighbor, have you climbed Kilimanjaro? There's somebody to talk to right there. He's done an amazing job. Jambo Bwana, interesting song. Okay, finishing up. This one, even they are playing each other the music. Let me see the song that you're playing this other person. It's okay. Is it a naughty song?
No, it's not.
Okay. You know, right now people are canceling Burna Boy in the US, but story for another day. Okay. All right. So at that particular moment, ladies and gentlemen, let's just get back to our sitting positions. At least somebody knows that you have a life other than doing policies, planning to change the world. You also listen to music, you love movies, you enjoy some form of art, which is very healthy for the human soul. At this particular moment, I'd like us to focus our minds and our eyes on this screen. We're gonna play a short video from one of our partners, that is Zamara, and thereafter we proceed with the next part of our program. Let's focus.
For over 30 years, millions across Africa have built on our expertise and wisdom. Quietly, confidently, safely. They have built lives, businesses, futures, legacies. We at Zamara are honored to design with you a future of success, building with tailor-made actuary design services. From the first step after a setback to confident steps of growth and prosperity across the world. Data, wisdom, experience, passion. The ingredients of a well-designed tomorrow. Let's design your tomorrow today. Zamara, powering prosperity.
All right. Beautiful. And even as Laura comes up, there is a phone. Did you come with 3 phones in this particular summit? I know you've forgotten one of your phones here. It's a Vivo phone. I wanted to check whether it had a family photo or something. Apparently, it has nothing on the screensaver. So this must be somebody who's really focused on their work. So please come for your phone. We really appreciate it. But for now, over to you, Laura.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time that we all have been waiting for. If you know that you were part of the sessions that have been happening here over the past few months, we would like to recognize you for that and would like to award you. And so how this is going to work is I'm going to call Neil up on stage. And we'll start by awarding the regulators. So if you hear your name, please come up on stage, receive your certificate, and then have a photo taken, and then we'll continue in that style. If I do butcher your name, forgive me in advance, but I've been practicing, so I hope I do a good job with that. Okay, so let's begin. I would start with Ida Kinya. Ida Kinya. Is she here? Miss Ida Kinya. Okay, she's on phone outside, so I'll. Oh, there she is. There she is. Ida, yay! Keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping. So Ida is with the IRA in Kenya. Next up, we have Hamza Hamiani from ACAPS. Hamza Hamiani. Congratulations.
To go too far. far, we need a group photo after this.
Okay. And if you have received your certificate, don't go too far away. We'll still need you on stage for a group photo. Next up, we have Bridgenot Muziamba from the Pensions and Insurance Authority, PIA. I feel like I'm the one graduating. Congratulations, Bridgenot. Next up, we have Bartholomeus Katota from the Namibia Financial Institution Supervisory Authority. Bartholomeus. I think you guys can do a better job at clapping. Let's appreciate everybody who comes up on stage. Next up, we have Anas Hassan Ibrahim from NICOM, the National Insurance Commission. I think we have somebody picking it up on his behalf. Coming up next is Amina Idi from the Tanzania Insurance Regulatory Authority. Welcome, Amina. Keep clapping, keep clapping. We have quite a few more to go. Next up is someone I really had to practice their name quite a little bit. Urayai Rwatirera from the Insurance and Pensions Commission, IPEC. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Rita Apau from the National Insurance Commission of Ghana. Rita has fans. Thank you, Rita. Up next, we have Natasha Chansa. Natasha Chansa of the Pensions and Insurance Authority. The next regulator we'd like to recognize is Fatuma Nabaling. Fatuma Nabaling from the Insurance Regulatory Authority of Uganda. Is it Nabaling? Oh, Nabalinga. I got it wrong. Fatuma Nabalinga. There you go. Thank you very much. And the last regulator I will be calling up on stage is Kagiso Mochabaki from the Non-Bank Financial Institutions Regulatory Authority, NBFIRA. Welcome. Give it up, give it up, give it up, give it up. Oh, from Botswana. I'd like to call the regulators back on stage, please, for a group photo. Elias, please join us on stage. Elias. With the certificates, please come with your certificates. Laura, I'd like you to also join us on stage. Thank you very much. I'm just following instructions. There's two Lauras. I'm not the one. Yes, please come on stage.
There was BimaLab, a force to be reckoned with. All over Africa, where the heat waves dance. I said, there's a BimaLab. You must be living under a rock if you haven't heard of them, cause they are taking over the world. I said it's BimaLab. Don't you know it's BimaLab? Oh, it's BimaLab.
Give it up for them one last time.
Okay.
And give it up for Neil as well for sharing the certificates. Elias would like you to stay on stage.
Okay.
You're the MVP. So there's nowhere you need to go. So for the next batch of certificates, I would let my colleague Noah take over.
Okay.
Yeah, there we go.
Beautiful. Okay. So at this particular moment, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to appreciate those who've been through the accelerator and they're going to do great things. BimaLab has been a great place to stretch these particular innovators to be better and to do better and to meet even better people. And I'm glad that this afternoon we are able to appreciate them. So Elias will help us hand over certificates. And when I call them up, kindly clap for them. Okay? I'd request if you can do a nice walk, yeah, because we're taking videos. You can go and chop it up. Show people, walk like a model, come here. You know, if you're a bodybuilder, do like this, you know, then receive your certificate, pose for the camera, and then you go off stage. Then thereafter, we'll have a group photo of all of us who receive the certificate. Is that okay? All right, perfect. So at this particular moment, ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome AFIA Lead, Certificate of Participation, BimaLab InsurTech Accelerator. Come on, appreciate them. You can do better. Up next, we have WRMS. After WRMS, we have Yanai Health. Come on, let us give it up for Yanai Health. All right. And talking about being appreciated, give it up for Zimbos Abantu. Zimbos Abantu. Aha. And these guys, they call themselves the fly people. They look good. They fly high. They are Prepare Capital. Give it up for Prepare Capital. All right, up next, let us appreciate PlexiLife. PlexiLife. All right. Up next, these are wonderful people with a beautiful name. Please help me appreciate Samantha. Yes, that's the energy that I want in the room. All right. And now, when when it comes to facilitating payments. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me appreciate the one and only Scrappies. Scrappies. And to close this beat, we've given up. I don't know how many people we've given. Elias, you're still going strong, yeah? Give it up for Unfolded. Unfolded. They are saying that they can't be frauded. They are unfolded. Then when it comes to proper thinking, in Swahili, thinking is called mawazo. Now these guys are amazing when being at forethought. Give it up for Wazo Pay. Wazo Pay. And we are told that health is wealth. At one point or another, all of us have been patients at one point. And when you are patient, you expect to be taken care of. So give it up for patient care. All right, now after patient care, you expect that the next patient to come in strongly. Please help me appreciate Next P. Next P. Next pair. Pape people poo, it is next pair. Come on, let us appreciate next pair. Oh, my good friend. And we are talking about technology being the revolutionary. These guys are shining brightly. And when you find that your tag is dropping, just know gravity is doing its work. Please give it up for Lumina Technologies. Come on, appreciate Lumina. Shining bright, illuminating Lumina Technologies. These guys are able to create platforms that are powerful, making sure that people and insurance in Africa is growing. Please help me appreciate Insure Platform. Yes, appreciate Insure Platform. And as I flow out of the stage, ladies and gentlemen, and invite my co-host Laura, please help me appreciate the one and only Health Flow. Come on, give it up for them. Health Flow. Laura.
Check. I don't know if I can match your energy, but I'm going to try. Next up, we have Green at Mind. Green at Mind. Give it up for Green at Mind. And after Green at Mind, Fanaka Technologies. Fanaka Technologies. Wow. Next up, we have Innov Farm. Innov Farm. Innov Farm. Can we have eCube up on stage? eCube. Successfully completing the BimaLab Accelerator Program. eCube? Nobody from eCube. Okay. Dino. Let's have Dino on stage. Dino, give it up for Dino.
Elizabeth, call up Elizabeth to award the next batch.
Let's appreciate Dino and Mr. Elias for giving the certificates. Thank you, Elias. Thank you very much. Next up, I'd like to call Elizabeth on stage to award the next round of accelerators, ventures. As Elizabeth comes on stage, could we please have Kova? Kova, we'd like to appreciate you. Congratulations. Woo. After Kova, we can have Companion Insurance. Companion Insurance. I know you. Give it up for Companion Insurance. Companion Insurance. And then next up is B Farm Tech. B Farm Tech. B Farm Tech. There we are. As B Farm Tech is being celebrated, can we have Better Life on stage? Better Life, celebrating Better Life. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, also give it up for Aura Technologies. Aura Technologies. Aura Technologies. Okay. Orbic Business Solutions. Orbic Business Solutions. Congratulations. Next is Abiki Brokers. Abiki Brokers. Where is this from? Which country? Congo. Abiki from Congo. Next we have Agrails. Agrails, please come up for your certification. Congratulations. And last but not least, Agricom Assurance. Agricom Assurance. Congratulations, everybody. A big round of applause to you. And as Agricom is receiving his certification, which I had failed to give, as Agricom is receiving his certification, can we please have all the accelerators back on stage? All the ventures, so we can celebrate you. Come for a group photo. Let people see how much fun you had together.
Yes, definitely. Even as they do come on stage, there is a special song that was composed by one of the accelerators.
Please come with your certificates.
Do you have that song ready? Can you run it right now? So that these guys can dance to the... All right. That is BimaLab's own composition.
Make sure everybody can see your certificate in the photo.
That's good. That's good.
All over Africa, where the
Make sure you're smiling, please.
I said, there's a BimaLab. You must be living under a rock if you haven't heard of them, cause they are taking over the world. I said it's BimaLab. Don't you know? It's BimaLab. Oh, it's BimaLab.
Come on, guys, we can just clap. Hey.
People come together. All the amazing people come together. All the beautiful people come together.
Have we got in the photo? So even as you move from the stage, I just want you to dance. Okay, let's have the regulators join them. The regulators, please let us join this cohort. The rest of us just dance a little bit. Just move. Let's have the music going. Come on. You're too serious. You're not moving, sir.
Forces are gathering. It's amazing how they change.
You're saying it's your heart that is moving. Let us have the regulators join them.
I said they are BimaLab. These people are BimaLab. BimaLab. They are the best people I've ever met, and they are taking over the world. I said it's BimaLab.
Okay.
Don't you
Let's
know?
have some join the front row.
It's BimaLab.
Okay.
Oh, it's BimaLab.
My friend, you're gonna miss from the photo.
People come together. All the amazing people come together. All the beautiful people come together.
Let's go. Have you gotten your photo? Let's go. Ventures, I want to teach you one dance. Can you follow me? Can you follow me? Just do this. Some people's hips are very difficult. They can't move. Now, I want you to do one thing. Just... Now, that is the dance that you do when you're over 40. When you're over 50, start just flying. Just fly. Yeah. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let us appreciate this wonderful cause. Come on. Wapigie makofi. Let us appreciate them. You guys have done well. Have we gotten our photos? Okay. The song is over. Remix it. Remix the song so that these guys can dance as they go to their seats. You guys have done well. You guys look good. Hey. I should join the next cohort. BimaLab is good. It's been good. Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Wow. Just appreciate yourself, man. Appreciate yourself, ladies and gentlemen. You've done well. You've done well. Right now, we are coming to the end of the program. At this particular moment, it's 4:15. And I'd like to call back Elizabeth to give a vote of thanks and close it up for us. Kindly appreciate Elizabeth as she comes on stage. Come on, appreciate her as she comes on stage. We can do better. Definitely. Vote of thanks. And you can do the 4 p.m. tea. Thank you.
Partners, innovators, regulators, and friends of BimaLab. As we bring the 2025 BimaLab Africa InsurTech Summit to a close, I stand here filled with deep gratitude and renewed conviction. Over the past 2 days, we have not only shared insights, we have shaped a collective ambition for the future of Africa's insurance landscape. A few messages have powerfully resonated across this 2-day summit. First, partnerships remain the currency of progress in our ecosystem. No single institution, startup, or regulator can close Africa's massive insurance access gap alone. But together, through shared resources, aligned incentives, and coordinated action, we can unlock the resilience and protection that millions across the continent deserve. Secondly, we have confronted an uncomfortable truth. The data access gap is crippling our ability to design relevant, affordable, and inclusive insurance products. The challenge before us is not just collecting data, but democratizing it to ensure that innovators, insurers, and regulators can use the data responsibly to drive intelligent product design, targeted risk solutions, and evidence-based regulation. If we're able to solve this, we solve a critical part of the inclusion puzzle. And finally, we have reaffirmed that innovators and insurtechs are not a nice to have. They are the engine of the continent's insurance transformation. Supporting them, investing in them, Partnering with them and co-creating with them is how we will rewrite the future of protection in Africa. Today, on behalf of the BimaLab Africa Accelerator, I extend my heartfelt appreciation to every stakeholder who made this summit possible. To our sponsors and to our partners, thank you to ZEPRI, our platinum sponsor for the 2025 summit. I would also like to thank all our sponsors and partners, Kenbright, Zamara, Turaco, Safaricom, Old Mutual, and Accenture Group. Thank you for your unwavering belief in innovation and for believing in BimaLab's mission. Your commitment strengthens the entire ecosystem. To our regulatory partner, IRA in Kenya, thank you for your continued leadership and for standing firmly with us in nurturing the growth of the BimaLab program. To the more than 15 African regulators who have engaged with us this year, your dedication to creating an enabling environment for innovation is the foundation upon which inclusive insurance will thrive. You're shaping the rules that make transformation possible. To our 35 BimaLab 2025 InsurTechs, thank you for your courage, for your creativity, and your relentless pursuit of solutions that actually matter. You are the heartbeat of this BimaLab program. As you move beyond acceleration, we wish you scale, we wish you sustainability and impact that echoes across the African continent. And finally, to everyone in this room, thank you for showing what is possible when we come together with a shared purpose to unlock insurance for every African everywhere. The mission of BimaLab has always been very clear: to build a continent where innovation drives protection, where partnerships drive scale, and where no African is left vulnerable because insurance was out of reach. As we leave this summit, may we carry with us the conviction that the future of insurance in Africa is not something that we're waiting for. It is something that we will be able to build together. Thank you to each and every one of you, and let us continue to build the future of insurance innovation in Africa. One partnership, one innovation, and one bold step at a time. Thank you very much.
Wow.
Tea is now being served outside, I believe.
Come on, let's give it up for Elizabeth. Whoa. Hey. Tell your neighbor you can't finish a Kenyan meeting without serving tea. Wow. Finally, we've come to a wonderful, wonderful end of 2 days of amazing engagement.
Yes, we have.
Serious and fun at the same time.
Yes, we have.
And culminating in appreciating those who are going out there to change the insurance landscape on this continent.
Absolutely.
We couldn't do it anyway.
Yeah, the words innovation are not words anymore. They're actually things that are happening and changing the landscape, as you call it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. It's been an amazing time. I believe that all of us have gotten a moment to learn, to engage, to connect with each other, because we are fighting the same monster. We should be actually we are attacking from different angles, but the monster is just one, making sure that the African person is being better and being covered better from the insurance perspective. So thank you very much for being part and parcel of this journey, and I believe that you are writing a new story.
Yes, and to the startups, I'd like to celebrate you for your courage. I'd like to celebrate you for your creativity, because that is actually the heart of innovation. To our alumni, I hope there's still some who are left here. We'd like to celebrate you because the fact that you are here means that this model of BimaLab actually works. and also to the regulators and insurers who are having some very difficult conversations over lunch. Thank you for walking alongside everybody who's been doing these innovations rather than behind them, but holding their hands and making sure that they get the most of what it is they're trying to do.
Definitely. And we also like to appreciate our partners, our main, we call them our
Platinum
okay?
sponsor.
We say that next summit, everyone will be a platinum sponsor,
Exactly.
right? Yeah, better. We like to appreciate Zepri. Kindly clap for them. They've made this happen. Apart from that, also Turaco. Let's appreciate Turaco. Let's appreciate Safaricom. Just continue clapping so that it connects. Zamara, Accenture Group, All Mutual, and Ken Bright Holdings. Thank you very much for fueling this particular journey.
And as BimaLab continues to expand across the continent, I think there's one thing that we can say for sure. The future of insurance in Africa is not something that will sit in our imagination, but something that will be tangible and that we can continue seeing grow year on year.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And with that said, ladies and gentlemen, all of us from BimaLab and FSD Africa and the partners who've made this happen, we say that thank you very much for your participation. You are the lifeline of this summit, and we say asante. In Kenya we say
Asante sana.
in Hindu we say
Shukriya.
shukriyan, and in Luya we say
Asandi.
Asandiko. God bless you guys. Let's be on our feet. Kindly let us be on our feet wherever we are. Let's have the BimaLab song so that these guys we can finish it in style. Do we have the BimaLab song? Just stretch wherever you are. Stretch a little bit. Stretch a little bit. I know the stretching is between you and the tea. Yeah? But better than the tea. Let's have that song. Who did the vocals? Who did the vocals, ladies and gentlemen? I'd like us to do one more song, one more round of that song. Are we ready to do a little bit of a dance as we close up our summit? Are we ready? Okay. And I know the song is being found. We are skipping the YouTube ads. Then we get to the song. But right now, just appreciate the person next to you. Tell them congratulations for being part of this journey. Then turn the other side. Tell them you've done well. You've done well. You've done well. You've done well. Yes, make sure you high five 5, 6 people.
There you go.
And definitely we've been your MCs. My name is Nokip Kimboy.
And I am Laura Walubengo. And it has been an honor having you here. It has been an honor hosting you. And we look forward to seeing you again soon.
Okay, with that said, let's have the volume up so that the MCs stop talking and people start dancing, even as we go have tea, okay? God bless you. We are out. Just move like this. Even if you have an evening flight, you better delay, but make sure that you dance to the music. Thank you very much for being part of BimaLab Africa InsurTech Summit 2025. See you in the next one. I'm Laura.